Hello, guys, and welcome to Pinnacle 3 Day 2. And we have actually a lot of exciting games lined up for you. Today in Group B, we're gonna have Masan, Kalento, Sixo, and Gara all gonna be facing off against each other until we make two winners out of today's groups. So there you go. There's the bracket. We're gonna start with Gara and Kalento first, and then we're gonna move on to Masan and Sixo, play the winners bracket out, and then finish off with the losers bracket to end the day. And of course, joining us with me as always is the awesome Liquid Monk. How are you doing?
Hi guys, doing great. We had some really exciting games yesterday, especially with some missed lethals, with some paladin mirrors that went on to fatigue. Just overall, very different games, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. And we did see Ekop didn't bring Druid, and actually he was out. So I think I actually predict that everybody's gonna bring Druid. It's just such a standard, even in like any band formats or any coup formats that we're using right now. With the upcoming Conquest format, I'm pretty sure people will still bring Druid. It's like a deck that, okay, I'm just gonna win with this and I don't have to play anymore, right? So yeah, that's my prediction. Do you have any other predictions today, Monk?
Yeah, I completely agree with your prediction, first of all. The Druid is a deck that, like, you have the Wild Growth and you have the Innervate. No matter what other cards are released in future expansions, I feel like those two cards alone will pretty much carry the Druid, no matter what the format or what the best decks in the current meta are. So yeah, that, and also I feel Mage is also going to be a deck that's going to be very common. Mech Mage obviously very strong, but Mage is also sort of replaced Warlock as the class that has multiple variations of decks that they can bring. So it can be kind of like a guessing game for their opponents as well.
Yeah, it's actually interesting now that Warlock, everybody is only playing the Demon Lock, so you don't like it's probably not Zoo and it's probably not Handlock, right? It's kind of shifted around there, which is interesting. So yeah, first game will be Gar versus Kalento, yeah. So we're gonna load the matchups right now. I mean, oh, actually we have some bios for you guys, right? I hope we have those. So let's see if we can shift to those. There you go. So Kalento there, looking awesome as always. You see his achievements is all first. Yes, actually, is there too many firsts to put on there? There's only 5 slots there.
I believe he has way more first. I think he has VGVN. I think King Win for
Oh,
Charity. Yeah, I think he has like 6 or 7 first, to be honest. Like
yeah,
he
yeah,
hasn't
yeah.
been that successful in GVG until up to about 2 weeks ago, where he won both King Win for Charity and the Heroes of Cards #5, I believe. So
Right.
just
But
two
now on
back-to-back
Agara here.
tournaments.
Yeah, Agara of course won the Bucharest, one of the first major Hearthstone events, and of course
Mhm.
he's playing for Temple Storm. So there you go. Two of the I'd say pretty good players going at it. Both of
Mhm.
them as expected playing Druid. Both of them bringing Mage. We might see a little different Mage here, but Kalento's always also bringing a Rogue and a Warlock. Gar's bringing, of course, Gar Best Shaman and a Warrior as
Mhm.
well.
It's very little known that these two players are actually practice partners. Kalento, a lot of players don't practice within their teams as much, and I feel like Kalento is one of those players. He likes to
Mhm.
practice with specific practice partners, and Gara just happens to be one of his lucky practice partners. So I wonder how that's gonna affect the match. Will they be trying to like mind game each other throughout the series?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you always play with a certain person, then you want to like do something out of the ordinary, especially when the tournament is online, right?
Mhm.
But yeah, we're gonna see a first match here. Nobody's gonna coup, and this yeah, we're just gonna start the games right away. Kalento is gonna coin out a mistress here,
Mhm.
which is
Gara, unfortunately, he does not draw Wild Growth, so what a poor Druid player, right?
yeah, it's pretty bad. The skills, right? I mean, I actually calculate the percentages chance of like drawing a good card, and it's around 22% if it goes second.
Mhm.
Um, that you 22% that you actually get something good, right? Yeah. So that's wait, no. 22% that you miss. So it's like 78% that chance that you get something good. Yeah.
That sounds
But
pretty good.
yeah, it is
So,
pretty good.
yeah, Shade, obvious play on turn 3.
hmm
Does Kalento want to develop more with the Earthring Farseer, or is he looking to tap more? What do you think, Hamaz?
To be honest, I'm actually not familiar with the Demon Lock deck at all. I think it doesn't play like a handlock too much. So like I guess the problem with tapping is that he might tap into another demon, so the Void Caller doesn't pull out the Doomguard. So I think playing the Farseer was good there.
Also, I think by healing his Mistress of Pain, he kind of gets it out of range of the Shade for this turn. So maybe he's thinking of that. Maybe he wants to just preserve his Mistress of Pain, have it be more annoying in the future.
Yeah, I guess it also pushes it out of Wrath range, but then the Farseer will get Wrath. I'm pretty sure that Gar, if given the choice, wouldn't actually clear the Mistress if it wasn't healed with the Shade. Just gonna leave it up.
Yeah. Gar probably is not going to want to develop the Kazan Mystic right now. It's kind of the same effect as using the Wrath this turn, to be honest. If he plays the Kazan Mystic this turn, it'll just get traded into with the Earthring Farseer. So both these plays, they clear the Earthring Farseer, essentially, and this play that he chose, he lets him use a hero power, which lets him damage the Mistress of Pain back to 3 HP once again.
Oh man, this Void Caller is going to be so big. It's one of those cards where if you silence it, then your opponent is still holding a demon, right? So it's like, oh my god, it's just this pesky card. Oh wow, Floating Watcher as well.
I guess you still want the Doomguard to be popped out of the Void Caller, but Floating Watcher still isn't bad. If cool thing about Floating Watcher and it's a combo with Void Caller is that you can tap on the same turn you play Void Call or that you play Floating Watcher. If it's turn 5, if you get it out of the Void Caller. So what the Floating Watcher can come out this turn, he can tap and just make it a 6/6. That's pretty great.
But isn't this a really good turn? He can use Abusive Sergeant on the Void Caller and just
Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame, yeah. That's pretty insane. I think Kolento wants the Doomguard to pop out here. That would be the best. Oh my god, look at the Tempo swing here. Oh! That is brutal. That is so brutal. How does Drew even deal with a 5/7 at turn 5?
Yeah, against Zoo, usually the Doomguard is the strongest card in the Zoo deck, but this isn't even the strongest card. This is just like one of the cards that Gara has to deal with. So even if he eventually deals with that, there's going to be another threat coming afterwards.
Kolento's Secret Weapon. Man, this is just so brutal. Like, Druids are not a class that comes back from a losing board, right? So
yeah, Druid just doesn't have many board clears in their arsenal. They have Swipe, but what's that going to do against like a 5/7 Doomguard, right?
Oh, you called the Swipe pretty nice. Oh man. So here, Kolento, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna. If he plays Sylvanas, it just dies, right? But still, your opponent needs to remove it.
I feel like Sylvanas is an okay play. Normally, you don't want to play it against the quote-unquote empty board. But in this scenario, I think against Druid especially, like, how does Druid deal with the Sylvanas, right? The best that they can deal with it is with a 6-mana counterplay, the Wrath, or the Swipe plus the Hero Power, or the Swipe plus the Wrath. So it's at worst, I guess, you're going to get a 6-mana for 6-mana trade. Okay. Like, and in this scenario, like, if he chose the Keeper and silence the Sylvanas, it wouldn't even be that good at all because the 5/5 body of the Sylvanas can trade fairly easily into the 2/4 body of the Keeper, right?
It does make sense, too, because, yeah, I thought he was just going to go for face with Doomguard, but I forgot that Doomguard could also clear the Exhaust there. Yeah, it's obviously better. So now, it's pretty tricky for Gara. Gonna look for more answers, and also put a creature that can contest both. And combos in hand, though. I might see something, but...
Direwolf Alpha. That's actually not a card that we see very often from this Demon Lock.
Before that happens, this is gonna be crazy. Oh my god. But hey, we have a Mind Control tech. That might do something, right?
Yeah, if you can steal the Sylvanas, that'll be pretty great for Gara.
So steal Sylvanas, swipe a creature.
Oh, you're saying that as if, like, Mind Control tech will definitely steal Sylvanas.
Right?
No.
But still, like that Dark Iron plus BGH play is just insane. That is just insane.
That's actually like definitely the worst target that he could have stolen. If you got the Sylvanas, it would have been great. If you got the Doomguard, it could have charged into something. And if you got the Dark Iron Dwarf, it would have been a stronger body. Oh
my god, that's just terrible for Gara. But just gotta work with what you have.
At least Gara, even though he might be on low HP, against his opponent's stronger board, I guess at least he has a card advantage right now, so maybe he can leverage that into something in the next couple of turns, assuming that he doesn't die.
Well, card advantage against a Warlock doesn't really mean anything. You can just use Hero Power and, kind of balance that out. Looking at this board, Kolento can actually trade for the 4/2 and get the Mind Control tech back.
He's actually 1 damage off lethal with the Direwolf Alpha in his hand.
Right.
So he needs to.
Push damage, right?
If he like drew a dark bomb or like a hellfire or anything like that, or an abusive or a dark iron dwarf, which I'm sure this deck has, he would have gotten lethal.
Right. Well, if you don't clear your opponent's board, you don't die to combo either. But it's just really really good here. So yeah, Kalenta and Gar just trading minions here back and forth. Kalenta chose to do that instead. Because he could have floating watcher then tapped instead, right?
But he was just looking for lethal, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Still, the Druid is so low and he doesn't develop anything this turn, so Kalenta can just... Well, not the best hand to develop anything, to be honest.
Does he actually play the zombie chow ever? Like, this is a situation where you're so close to lethaling your opponent that the zombie chow just might be just better for your opponent rather than for you.
Right. So, no.
Okay.
Whoa.
More board clears.
More board clears. Exactly what Gar needed right now. Does the Demon Lock deck in Kalento run out of steam like around like now? There's just so many cards that buff up stuff, right?
Yeah, he's running like a slightly lower curve than say Silent Storm's Demon Lock deck, I guess. He's running like a lot of buff cards like Abusive Sergeant, like Direwolf Alpha, and I guess Dark Iron Dwarf that Silent Storm's deck doesn't run. So I guess he's cut a lot of the higher end like Mal'Ganis, maybe Jiraxis, but I'm pretty sure Kalento still has Jiraxis in this deck.
Lotion is a good card, and that kind of sucks. Well, Car's like, yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, and pushing for that 1 damage. Ever the closer to lethal. Keeper. Wow. That's another board. Not quite.
This is still pretty awkward for Gara, how to clear this board. He has a 4-attack minion on the board, but it's going to be hard for that 4-attack minion to like, get its full value.
Well, if the Shredder pops like a spell power, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what your Shredder hits, it's going to die anyway, so it might as well die first, right? Do you think... Is there any card that screws up your plays right now? Not really. Mana Wraith, I guess? That's really it.
Mana Wraith. Doomsayer would be pretty interesting.
Doomsayer would be really weird.
Doomsayer is always really weird, no matter in what situation. If Doomsayer pops out, you have to like completely reconsider your play. Oh,
Gar's gonna go for the swipe first. Yeah, I would have actually. I guess it's kind of a risk versus reward thing. I don't even know the risk if it's high enough, but no. Gar's just gonna do that, clear the board, and you can clear the board with the hero power first.
Yeah. So
and of course, you kill the mistress, right?
Yeah, you want to kind of play around Demon Heart.
Yeah, for fear of that card. I don't even think Demon Heart is actually in Kalento's deck.
Yeah, probably not.
Doesn't feel like it's...
judging from the previous iterations of Demon Lock that he's brought to tournaments, for example, the Demon Lock that he brought to Kingwin for Charity, Winter 2015, that one, it looked very similar to this deck, but it did not have a Demon Heart. I think the Demon Heart is like a Dark Wanic special, to be honest.
Sure. But now, look at Kalento's. It's kind of awkward now. Yeah. You don't want to play the Zombie Chow. Creeper is really much the only choice here. You can Dark Bomb the Murloc, I guess. But if you Dark Bomb the Murloc, you might as well just play Floating Watcher, right?
Yeah. If only he had the Floating Watcher the previous turn, he could have tapped to make it a 6/6. These Floating Watchers from Kalento are just being played as vanilla 4/4s now. Not getting the full value that he really wants.
Yep, so Dark Bomb plus Floating Watcher most likely gonna base this actually more or less threatens lethal. Weirdly enough.
Oh wow.
Another chance.
So Gara can try to risk Kalento and well he can't even risk anything because if Kalento just taps, he makes his Floating Watcher a 6/6.
But you just have to like Hero Power plus Spectral Knight, for example.
Yeah.
And,
so that feels really bad though.
Yeah.
And knowing that Kalento,
swipes.
Knowing that Kalento's deck can run so many like buffs, I think you have to go for the Wild Growth, hoping to draw something. You draw into something nice, and that is indeed something nice.
Ooh! Wow, without that, Gar would have lost already. The Argus is a buff, like you said.
Void Caller a bit late too, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, here's another weird play. I mean, you don't want to Argus the Watcher. That would kind of suck.
Yeah, especially since we know that Gara has BGH in his hand. Do you just
Yeah.
Creeper and then Argus the Creeper? That feels like such a weird play.
I want to play the Zombie Chow here. Like, I think it's fine to. Wait, is it fine? It's like, um, just Argus the Creeper or Argus the Zombie Chow as well, right?
Okay, that's another play. But if you go for that play, that kind of means you're giving up your potential to end the game in the next 1 or 2 turns.
Right, but
And
I'm
you're
pretty sure
fighting
that
for the long
Kalento.
game.
Like, well, Kalento's probably playing Hellfire in this deck, right? And Hellfire is like a very, very good card with Ancient Watcher, right? You push for like 5 damage. It's pretty insane. Yeah, I like that. And, well, I don't think Gar has a way to deal with this, and I think this is it. Game 1 is going to go to Kalento's very, very interesting Zooey demon deck that, yeah.
Yeah, these demon decks are really fun. They're so common these days, but they're all so different from each other. And I feel like this is one of the decks that really makes Hearthstone fun. You have this hero power that kind of has weird interactions with all your cards, such as the Floating Watcher. Yeah, Gara just gives up. Nothing he can really do here.
Right. Well, good job, Kalento. Kalento wins the first game, and yeah, Guard still needs to deal with this demon. Like, I guess he can use the coup to just ban it out if he thinks it's just too much or too much of a headache to like think around. But yeah, Kalento will then be in a very, very good spot. He can also pick a counter deck to whatever card chooses to queue with, and he still has 3 very, very good decks to go against his lineup.
I think as for counter decks, the Shaman would probably be a good choice. And of course, Gara is the best Shaman, right?
Right.
As the Shaman deck, you have these Earth Shocks and Hexes that kind of deal with the awkward creatures that the Demon Lock really tends to put out, such as the Haunted Creepers or Void Callers. You can kind of neuter them before they get their full effect off, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think a warrior would not be the worst, but then I guess you kind of want to snipe out your opponent's druid before you play warrior, right? That's always the risk when you run a warrior in these kind of formats, is that you know everybody's gonna play a druid. So yeah, that's always the danger.
I think Gara really wants to save his warrior as well because Kalento is known for bringing Freeze Mage, and a warrior is obviously like pretty much the direct counter to Freeze Mage, right?
Well, he's been playing Fatigue Mage a lot, so it might
he's
be
been
that too.
he's been playing Fatigue Mage about a month ago, but recently he switched more into Freeze Mage, like in the last month in both Heroes of Cards and the Root Gaming tournament, and also the Kingwin tournament, I believe.
Yeah, let me tell you guys, Monk basically watches every single tournament. So if you need like stalking questions or stalker questions, you can ask him. He knows everything.
Yeah, that's what I do all day. Watch Hearthstone tournaments. Good life.
It is a good life. Yeah. And yeah, Gar's gonna choose a warrior, and yeah, Kalento's gonna actually play this matchup out.
Oh, interesting. No coup.
So maybe if Gar wins this matchup and Kalento's queues a druid, then Gar's just gonna coup it out, right? That's also pretty good.
All right. I think this is a matchup where you want to get the Armor Smith out ASAP because you really want the board control as soon as possible against like Mistresses and Zombie Chows. Although you do have the double Fiery War Axe.
Right. And I think it's also interesting that Kalento can also play more of a hand lock against the warrior as well, right? The Twilight Drake is basically replaced by the Void Caller, which is like super strong. We don't see a lot of warriors running silence nowadays, but yeah, you can't expect Gar to just run a silence right at turn 4.
Another thing that the Armor Smith does is set up for this, the Fire War Axe plus Armor Smith attack into the Mistress. So that's kind of like a free Mistress skill.
Pretty good. And
Really?
yeah, that's a lot of weapons in Gar's hand. He plays Gorehowl as well. So he's probably playing 5 weapons with a double Despite.
You see a Spellbreaker in Gar's hand. That's like not a card we see often. It used to be pretty much only owls that were in the Warlock's deck. But I feel like the Spellbreaker instead of the owl in this particular meta is alright. Because previously you mainly used owls, or a large part of the reason you played owls was against Hunter on turn 2, where you wanted to silence the Undertaker. It's just one more option to stop the Undertaker aggression. But now that Undertaker isn't a huge thing, more and more players are beginning to run Spellbreakers and owls in their Spellbreakers over owls and their paladins and warriors now, and a 4 on the implosion. Wow.
Yeah, how's the 6-0 implosion for you? At least guard or something. I guess you can also equip the Despite there if and just hit the face. So, yeah. Kalento here, turn 6. Well, the Direwolf with the implosion is actually really good. Power Overwhelming is also a play. Lots of options, really.
Yeah, I guess the Direwolf, along with these 4 implosion creatures, clear the Belcher straight up.
Yep. And then it's your choice of developing more stuff, drawing more cards, and
I like to point out this Gorehowl in Gar's hand. I think that card is going to be very crucial to defeating this Demon Lock. There's just
it does chop out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you can chop down like Doom Guards even. You can chop down the Floating Watchers. It just gives a lot of survivability against this type of deck. And also, Gorehowl is like the one card that's really good against Druids sometimes if you can survive the combo damage. And we might be even seeing Gara not coup the Druid if it comes to that.
Yeah, maybe. It's pretty scary. I think he still will. I think he still will. So, Despot's gonna come down here, of course, kill the Wolf. Wolf is actually pretty deadly. It's pretty much a knife juggler. And follow up the armor up. And Kalento's response? Probably Ancient Watcher tap. That would be pretty insane.
Yeah, this is kind of like the weakness of Kalento's Demon Lock deck. He's gonna run out of threats soon. It's almost has the card density of a zoo deck. So he's played these Haunted Creepers, these Nerubian Eggs, but after that, there's not much else in this deck right now that he can draw into.
All right. Well, it's still very scary because if we look at the Sylvanas Power Warming, that's basically a 7-mana mind control. Gar has a very easy way of dealing with this Watcher, and bloop, it's dead. Wow.
Is that really the Shield Slam sound effect?
Yeah.
It is? Okay, I believe you.
It's an April 1st sound effect. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Argus is pretty good right now.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right.
Okay, I guess he just wants to make Deathspite a bit more awkward. It can't like completely kill off the creeper and get full value.
Oh yeah, this is super awkward. Definitely. Whoa.
Oh.
Is Gar gonna launch the... Oh, wow, he's just gonna play Dr. Boom pass. Okay, just keep the Deathspite. I guess it doesn't really do much, right? If you attack with it here. So,
He's hoping that these Boombots somehow clear off the taunts in a way that his Deathspite will be able to gain more value next turn.
Sure, but man, I have a very hard time picturing how much burst Kalento has in his deck, right? I mean, there's so many abusives and power overwhelmings that... Actually, you know what? Maybe Kalento doesn't run Hellfire. You're playing such a zoo style that you just don't want to nuke the board, right?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. We've seen one Shadow Flame so far?
Yeah.
And I guess that's a little better in this deck when you're combining it with Void Callers. It's kind of
an abusive and Dark Iron. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, back in the day before GVG came out, some players actually ran Abusive Sergeant and Handlock.
Yeah, it was actually fine. I think I think we might see that back again. There was Voodoo Doctor in a Handlock too.
Yeah, I've seen that as well.
All the shenanigans to just counter Hunters. BGH. Not exactly what you want to see. Garda used probably his only silence on the Void Caller just now. And yeah, this Sylvanas is going to be very annoying. What to do?
Gara can clear off some of this board, but he's not going to be able to deal with this Sylvanas effectively at all. He kind of needs like a I guess like a brawl to deal with it eventually.
Right.
And we're seeing like the zoo effect of this deck right now. There's just so many minions that
Oh,
that's a
that's
bad
not good. Oh my god, that's not good. You see Gar shaking his head there. Wait, what if you crew Taskmaster and just BGH the Sylvanas and pray? Praying is good.
Okay.
Oh, no? Okay.
That's actually a decent play because Kalento probably doesn't have any BGHable targets in his deck
Right.
right now. Equipping a Gorehal is nice though. You'll be able to deal with like some threat some threat next turn unless an Argus comes out again. But no Argus in Kalento's hand.
Yeah, Kalento's hand is just like an arena draft right now, right? It's like all these random cards that don't really make sense, but it's been working out for him so far. And yeah, it's definitely very weird.
I
I
guess
guess you
Gara,
just kill off the Dr. Boom, right?
yeah, you don't really want to trade your Sylvanas into it. That's like kind of more of a threat card that you want your opponent to deal with next turn. I mean, he'll be able to deal with it easily. Whoa.
But oh,
Oh.
pushing the damage. Oh wow.
I really not thought about this play.
And I think that is actually a very, very good play. It's sets up for lethal next turn. Wow, this is genius. And now, even though Gar is holding, what, 19 damage right now, that's not lethal. So, if you don't have lethal, you have to clear the board.
I think what you have to do now is BGH the Dr. Boom, attack into the Void Caller and Shield Maiden. That uses up most of your mana, but you also have to hope that Kalento doesn't have another demon in his hand right now. And that's kind
Yeah, you say that because we know that
Yeah.
Collector doesn't have a demon. But if I was in Gar position, I would just clear the 2/2. I guess the threat of another demon, like a floating watcher, is just too much.
that makes sense.
Oh man. Man, that was so painful. The Sylvanas hit for like 1,000,000 damage there. It's just ouch.
Yeah, like you said, Sylvanas plus Power Overwhelming. That's just a 7 mana mind control.
That hits for 12? That's a Pyroblast and a mind control.
That sounds pretty good. That's like 20 mana of value for 7.
Right.
All right, we're gonna see how risky or how lucky Gara feels. Is he gonna go for the Defender of Argus or the Void Caller? He's mulling over this decision right now.
Yeah, he's probably playing Shield Maiden after this, right? I plays it
Oh,
first.
he plays it first. Interesting.
Is he not gonna hit anything? You don't want a free kill, Gar? No. Whoa. No free kill.
Okay.
I mean, one of the reasons I guess is to preserve the extra attack on the face with Grommash, but I don't think I like that too much.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the reasoning behind that is, and we can see Gara emoted that was an error.
Right.
Kalento might play a bit defensively now with the antique heal bot because he sees that Gara saved one charge of his Gorehowl, I guess.
Yeah, something's fishy going on, right? Shadow Flame on the Abusive. And yeah, that gets him out of the Grommash range. That's really the most damage a warrior can output, right? So yeah.
So because Gara didn't decide to even clear the Defender of Argus, that Defender of Argus basically got 2 extra damage in from the last turn.
Well, oh, Gar's just gonna go for it. Yep, he's like, I need to clear this off right now. Gets the good news. Nothing happened. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
This is a lot like a situation where you're kind of trying to play around the Druid combo every single turn, but it always gets to a point where your opponent just keeps developing his board that at a later stage in the game, you won't be able to play around the Druid combo. So at the very beginning, he should have probably not played around the combo, just assume that his opponent didn't have it. Just like he probably should have assumed that his opponent didn't have the demon in his hand right now.
Okay. So what do you do as follow-up here?
You can try clearing the board even more.
YOLO Grommash.
Yeah, YOLO Gramash and hope your opponent doesn't have anything to do with that. And we haven't seen any Siphon Souls from Kalento, and I believe he use his 1 BGH in this game already?
Yeah, he used it on the. Oh wait, did he? Oh no, that was last game, right? That was last
Okay.
game. So not yet, not yet.
So I guess you're just afraid of BGH or some kind of burst combo that can kill you right now.
Sure. Dark Iron plus Dark Bomb. That's 5, 6. No, not quite.
Yeah, there's 2 off, but 2 is a pretty large number in Hearthstone, I guess.
Man, still, this is such a weird deck for Collective. Like, these are just so random cards, you know, like Zombie Chow and whatnot. And it's really weird. But it's
kind of. It kind of makes sense. I feel like this deck is a deck that's particularly good against aggro with the Zombie Chows, the Haunted Creepers, and the European Eggs. And also, like, it might be good against, like, decks that are honest, like Druid, because they don't have a lot that can, they don't have a lot of board clears, as you said before. They're very honest.
Did you just call a Druid deck honest? I don't think so. They're a cheating deck. You cheat with Wild Growth and Innervate.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Here, Gar is just looking to clear more stuff, I guess. Just need to draw one of those cards to stabilize the board, really. You know, Get In is good. Alexstrasza is good. Even another Shield Maiden is good. He's gonna have to wait until those happen.
Yeah, he's gonna be able
trade here with Grommash.
He's gonna be able to heal for essentially heal for 2 damage every turn. So what Kalento has to do is just outpace that healing before Gar can draw one of the aforementioned cards.
Oh,
Power of Wellbeing.
That's a card, and Kalento is gonna take it with like this burst out of nowhere. This deck is just. I would have no idea how to play against this one.
But you have to keep in mind that Gara took an extra 2 damage from the Defender of Argus that turn he decided not to attack it. And if he had attacked it that turn, he would have survived this turn. And possibly taken the game just from Kalento having nothing in his hand to kill his opponent every single turn.
Yeah, that might have been the play that would that could have been different, right? But that's that. And Gar is down to his last deck. You see that he does have 2 decks, but Kalento does have the coup available, so he can just go like, oh wow, I guess the coup happened.
Yeah, I guess the coup happened. Kalento probably didn't want to play against the Shaman with the Demon Lock, so now we're gonna see Shaman versus Rogue.
Okay. Oh, that was really fast. Yeah, I guess that's it. I mean, unless the game just stops suddenly, like of an ad. Wait, let me see.
Okay.
All right, so Gar apparently couldn't in chat. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Gar didn't even want to look at his hand.
So it's like, screw it. I don't want to play against that. But like, isn't it just bad when you lose against a deck 2 times and then you just coup it off, right? Oh man, that just sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to waste time restarting the game, so just like get it out of here. All right.
Yeah, usually this matchup is actually pretty bad for the... Well, I think it's pretty bad for the Shaman player because of the Blade Furries and all the board clears. But Gar actually has a Power Mace in his hand right now, and I feel like that's a card that's really good against Rogue just because you have the Earthring Farseers and the SI Agents. Yeah, exactly. This deals with it pretty well.
What if Gar draws like what is that called, the Nullifier right now? Wow, that would be insanely good. It's 1 card to win the game.
And Nullifier is like super Spectral Knight, basically, right?
It's super Spectral Knight, yeah. Kalento playing Rogue now. Just play this Violet Teacher. I mean, it doesn't really die on board. The Edwin is kind of awkward since it does die on board. Plus, if he makes it super big, it just gets punished by Hex or even an Earthshock. The best turn.
Yeah, I think you have to Violet Teacher, and then Kalento's thinking of what he can prep with. So, he's actually going to prep and equip his Deadly Poison. Okay. Cool. Is either that or just play the Violet Teacher as a 3/5, and it'll probably die the next turn.
So prep effectively just summon 2/1/1s, which is not too bad for a 0 mana card.
Oh.
That's like double Wisp.
Unfortunately, Kalento is like somewhat all in right now. Unless he draws a sprint, his hand is looking fairly anemic.
Gar, on the other hand, doesn't have an insane play this turn either.
He can either hex or save or use his rock butter weapon. And I actually feel in this matchup the hex is a bit less valuable because there's not many big targets that you can hex.
Thanos gonna come down here, plus the Edwin for 4. Not the biggest Edwin ever.
Not the
And yeah, I
smallest, though.
guess, yeah. Kalento is like just hoping for a sprint now, the best road card right now, right?
Yeah,
We
it's
saw how
amazing.
sprint was like insanely powerful in day 1.
Yeah, who was it that yesterday that got like sprint every single game? Was it Faramir?
It's dog.
It
It's
was Dog.
dog.
Okay, yeah, against Faramir, and
Yeah,
Faramir
yeah,
was
yeah.
just shaking his head every single time. It's like,
Every
oh,
single
you
time.
got sprint, you refilled your hand, and then you emptied your hand to kill me. I guess that's game over.
That is game over. There's a mech for Gara. Play that. You can also play the fire elemental per se, but I think the rock biter on the power mace with the harvest golem is just really strong. You can also earth shock the Falnos to deny some draws.
Yeah, the strength of Shaman is just it's able to have these very cheap spells to deal with the opponent. Yeah, I think we're gonna see that exactly that play.
Yeah, that's actually really strong, really smart too.
Oh, he's actually gonna use.
Oh yeah, that's better. What are we? Oh, actually no, he does sacrifice the spider here, but I think
Yeah.
that's better. You don't want to take 40 first.
I guess this is alright because Kalento has a dagger that's 3 attack instead of 1 attack. I think if it were 1 attack, then it might have been better to keep the spider alive and just tank the face damage, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense. Lotheb is a little bit pesky here, if anything.
Yeah. You can't play Dr. Boom on turn 6, which is always what you want, right?
Well, not if you're shaman. Fire elemental is one of the strongest 6 drops.
That's true. Yeah, Fire Elemental's not bad here either.
Yeah. Well, you do you do overkill the Lotheb by a lot, but I mean that's really much the only choice. Flame Tongue is just too weak. And
Yeah.
I guess you have to play Flurry. You're holding 2 anyways.
I think you have to because the minions on board just trade way too efficiently with the piloted shredder.
And I feel like, Kalento has run out of steam. Gar is just gonna keep on playing big threat after big threat. And, no sprint, so it's gonna be very rough.
Well, at least Kalento can kind of combo the SI agent. That's okay, right?
Okay, I guess. Not the best.
I'm trying to be the optimist today here.
Right.
All right, what comes out? Is it
Sure
Millhouse? Mad Scientist? As far as I know, there are no secrets in the rogue deck.
Really?
Or in the rogue class right now, as far as I know. I hope I'm well informed.
Detective Monk. Alright, just doesn't even care about the math sciences there. Deadly Poison is not gonna do it, and Garbage Shaman shows us why he is Garbage Shaman. Takes a game with the Shaman.
Yep. Only the best shaman can take a game against rogue, I guess. And now Gara is left with his shaman and his mage against 2 of Kalento's decks. And Kalento looks to be in very deep thought about what he's gonna pick next.
Yep. And before so we're gonna let Kalento think a bit now, but then guys, make sure to enter the giveaway that's on my Twitter. You can also do hash exclamation mark giveaway and have the link up. Basically, if you can guess what the last spare part to be actually revealed today in Group B is, then you can win one of 2 G2A 35 euro gift cards. So it's also something to kind of look out for.
And
which is pretty fun.
keep in mind, you can also guess nothing if you don't think any spare parts will appear in this day's series.
Come on, Mark. Come on.
Okay.
I seriously? It's not gonna be a mech mage? No. There's gonna be a mech mage.
Maybe we'll see everyone bring fatigue mage. You'll never know.
So your guess is no spare part ever.
All right, that's my guess. Yes, that's my guess. My official guess, and I'm gonna stick with that.
I'll buy you 40 packs if there's no spare part today.
All right,
Okay.
I'll hold you to that.
All right. Well, yeah, Kalento's also. I guess Kalento's also thinking whether to ban this shaman or not, and just play against the mage.
Mhm.
So I guess. Oh my God, you're wrong, Monk. It's not gonna happen.
Well,
Kalento's gonna bring back mage.
we could always see no clockwork gnomes drawn and no mechanical yetis drawn. That's also a possibility, right?
Now you're pushing it.
Okay.
How
Maybe,
about
maybe.
this? How about you tell us if the shaman matchup against the mech mage is good or not?
I think it really depends on who you ask, but with the hand that Gar has right now, that's probably one of the better hands you could hope for with both the Rock Biter and the Power Mace. Like the Mage mech deck is probably consists of all 2-3 minions, like the Snow Chugger, the Mech Warper, and the Rock Biter and the Power Mace are just both so perfect against those cards.
That's right, and yeah, I guess Power Mace was actually a very good introduction to the Shaman class. I mean, back then they only had Stormforged Axe, and nobody plays any 3/2s in Constructed, weirdly enough, right? 3/2s are considered to be the best minions in Arena, but not quite Constructed.
Yeah, they're just so weak to stuff like Backstab or SI Agent. And really the only exceptions are Knife Juggler, which is just so strong on its own, and also Shielded Mini Bot, which has a Divine Shield, right? So
So it's not really a 2 health.
yeah, it's not really 2 health, exactly.
Oh, and Pyromancer, but Pyromancer's not a 2-drop, so.
And Pyromancer, a lot of the times, is more than 2 health with the Power Word Shield, right?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, curves out perfectly, and plus he summons a Mechanical Yeti with a Death Rattle on turn 3.
That's pretty good. And also, Gar also has the anti heal bot, so I think Gar is actually super ahead in this. Whoa,
Whoa.
whoa! I did not expect that.
Yeah, I guess he's going a bit greedy there.
I guess it also works out for him, right? Because now he can kill the Spire Tank and play the Shredder, and the Shredder gets buffed. It's not that bad.
But if he went for the attack last turn, he would have gotten a 4/5 Yeti, which just trades so perfectly against the Spider Tank.
Yeah, it does. So now the Shredder, even though it's a 6/5, like, it doesn't trade. Oh, that's always really scary.
That's like the card you want as Mech Mage. I feel like in the entire Mech Mage deck, that's like the best card, like the most quote unquote imbalanced card. And that's why when you're facing against Mech Mage, it's so important to keep mechs off the board leading up to turn 4.
It's kind of hard sometimes to keep them out the board too, right? I mean, Kalenta had 2 mechs there. Oh, first spare part is the armor plating.
All right. So
armor plating, guys, you guys are currently ahead. All right.
So if there are no more spare parts for the rest of the day, armor plating wins.
Yep, that's right. By the way, guys, if you summon armor plating now and armor plating wins, it's disqualified, guys. Okay, you have to like. It has to be new, okay? You can't cheat.
Don't cheat, guys.
Yeah, don't cheat. Ooh. Oh, wow. Flame Tongue is actually insane here. Wow. Gar can just clear it off and then hex the 5/5. It's an insane draw.
Yep, there we go. Mirror Entity kind of backfiring a little. I guess like the only time it does backfire is when it summons a Zombie Chow and it actually helps your opponent. But this was probably one of the worst Flame Tongues.
No, I think it was a fine Flame Tongue, to be honest. If you count a Mirror Entity like that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst Flame Tongues for Kalento to get.
Oh, for Kalento, okay.
Creatures, yeah.
I was like, what? Yeah.
Ooh, Bomb Lobber.
Bomb Lobber. I like it.
The Bomb Lobster. So now we know, like, because Gar runs at least one Bomb Lobber, he's essentially running like 3 or 4 Fire Elementals, right?
Sure. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that works, I guess. I guess Bomb Lobber does make sense in Shaman deck, right? I mean, they don't have a lot of good 5-drops. Like, Belcher is the only one. So 2 Belchers and 1 Lotheb, I guess.
Yeah. I guess if he's playing Bob Lobber, maybe he's cutting Azure Drake. That kind of makes sense, right?
Well, even more draw. Double Gnomish Inventor.
Yeah, and because he's running double Gnomish Inventor, that leads me more to believe that he's also not running Azure Drake. Because if you don't run Azure Drake, you kind of need some card draw in your deck. And Gnomish Inventor fills that slot pretty well.
Well, here's the actual interesting thing. Like, Gar has no Crackles or Lightning Bolts drawn. Oh, that's just a 2/1. Okay.
That's fine.
That's scary. I thought it was going to be pretty disastrous. Taunt Totem is always good. That's 0/3 taunt.
Yeah,
No
against
use.
aggro, Taunt Totem is like so it's like a super armor up essentially, right?
Okay. Okay. That took a little time to process, but yeah.
Yeah, instead of tanking for 2 damage, he actually tanked 3 damage for 3 damage right there.
Believe in the RNGesus.
Well, Alakir is going to be pretty good next turn. Not only does it clear some stuff, but it also provides a taunt body.
Double bomb lobber.
So for all you shaman players out there, this is like the innovation that Gara has right now, and is again self-proclaimed best shaman player. Maybe this is something cool that you should try out today on ladder. Double bomb lobber in shaman.
And double gnomish. I mean, yeah, Gar. I just love Gar's decks. He always brings something new. I remember back in like M House, he would bring the most greedy priest ever, and then people weren't expecting that. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and even in his first win, Droomhack Bucharest, he brought like this ramp druid that had double Sunwalker. It had
And a healing
dou-
touch.
yeah, healing touch. It had a faceless manipulator plus mark for the wild combo. That was a crazy deck, remember?
That was back way then when Ramdru was unheard of. Yeah. All right.
Oh,
Wow! So many 5-drops. That is insane.
well,
Oh, you are not gonna kill Gar with double heal bar, Mr. Colento. Oh,
oh,
okay. Okay, maybe. Okay, oh my god, we spoke too soon.
I guess that's good for. I'm not sure. It's probably better for Colento, to be honest.
No, no, you don't say.
Yeah, I don't say. I don't
What?
say.
Really? Oh my god.
And now Gara has to think about, does he want to give up the Gnomish Inventor? Is the average card that he can draw off the Gnomish Inventor better than the body of the Gnomish Inventor, basically?
He goes with yes. And oh man. Gar still left with 2/1/1s though, and oh, that's not a good top deck. But you know, it might alter the giveaway a little bit.
Some would say it's a bottom deck.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
Yeah, Colento thinks he's actually, you know, drawing to like burn spell or whatnot, but little does he know. Wow, not even scared. Not
Whoa.
even scared. Gar is like, I'm just gonna get some Murlocs here.
I guess like unless Colento runs Pyroblast, there's no single card that can kill Gara next turn.
True.
And this with the Neptulon play, it just allows him to kill his opponent faster. So Colento will have less opportunity to draw into those like fireballs. Plus, it deals with Dr. Boom very well.
That's true. Oh, by the way, guys, Whirling Blades is now the new giveaway. Let's just keep track of that. Dr. Boom is one of the top decks, except instead of a bottom deck, and I'm just gonna kill this pesky 1/1.
Yep.
And,
Looks like ooh, Earthshock even.
yeah, so much for killing your opponent faster. You gotta trade now.
It's still good though. Like if he didn't play the Doctor, or if he didn't play Neptulon the last turn, he would have had a much more difficult time dealing with the Dr. Boom.
That's true. So good play by Gar. Gonna try and clean the board up as much as possible. I'm pretty sure these colas are never gonna see play. They help your opponent way too much.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Kill
So
the
he
Dr. like that.
wants to preserve the Murlocs, or he wants to preserve the Neptulon and just trades away the Murlocs.
Ooh.
2 amazing top decks in a row. Unfortunately, this Archmage Antonidas is just gonna die to the Neptulon. Another reason Neptulon was a good play. If he didn't play Neptulon, an Archmage Antonidas would have been more difficult to deal with.
Oh man, imagine if that was a stealth spare part. That would have been just insane. But yeah, it's not looking too good for Colento right now. Facing 10 damage on the board. Pretty awkward.
If I had to like play this giveaway strategically, I'd probably say something like either the stealth, which kind of ends the game more than the other cards or the other spare parts.
Okay.
Or Whirling Blades, which kind of like it allows you to get the lethal hit, right?
Sure. But now you owe me 40 packs, Monk, because that didn't.
Whoa, that was not the agreement we agreed on.
Oh man, if actually Kalenta hit 4 on the Neptulon, that would have been perfect. But that was not the case. And now it's just Kalenta's just gonna dive slowly. Yeah. It's basically what it is.
The Mech Mage pretty much tops out at Dr. Boom and Antonidas, so after this Antonidas dies, there's not going to be much that Kalento can draw. Gara might...
The second anti-kill bot from Gara actually helps a lot. Right? Yeah. Does help a lot.
Yeah, and Kalento hasn't even seen it, so from his perspective, he still thinks he might have some hope.
That's true. Another burn spell, 9 damage in hand right now. All Kalento needs to do is to draw a fireball, and it's like, yes! Well, Kalento doesn't do yes. He's just, you know, the stone face, the stone cold face.
Stone face killer is Kalento, of course.
No mercy. But not this game.
Yeah, so just
go for it.
Chuck some stuff at Gara's face. See what lands and hope for the best. The real question now is, will Kalento instantly concede once Gara reveals his second anti-kill bot?
I think you do. I mean, come on.
And
okay,
you know, Gara's, I think he's considering whether he wants to reveal the anti-kill bot, maybe?
No.
I think you have to because there's a second deck.
Yeah, let's not be too cute here.
Or I guess he was considering whether he wanted to reveal the second power mace. That's probably way more likely.
And nope, that is not gonna do it. And Gara ties up the series. Oh man.
Yeah, what looked like a really bad start from Gara, where he lost 2 games to the Demon Lock and then had to coup the Demon Lock, and now it's actually looking pretty even, and we're gonna see either Shaman or the Mage from Gara against Kalento's Druid. And I think both of those matchups, if Gara is running a Mech Mage and Shaman, they both have, most people would say, slightly favorable matchups against Druid.
Yeah, that's actually true. Unless Gara is running, I guess, a Freeze Mage. Freeze Mage, I guess, is pretty even against the Druid because, you know, Druids always play that one card, the Lotheb, which just seals out the deal, just buys an extra turn. And but yeah, I think Druid versus Shaman is just like really in favor for the Shaman, unless of course the Druid gets one of those cards that are not honest, right? It's not an honest class at all. So depending on what cards Kalento starts with, I guess he'll decide whether to use the coup there.
I think a lot of it also might depend on how good of a hand Kalento starts with. Does he start with like Wild Growth or does he start with Innervate? If he doesn't, he might just like coup that whatever deck he's facing that where he didn't get that start.
Right, exactly. All right, game has loaded, and yeah, does this look like a good hand?
It looks like an excellent hand from Gara's perspective. Hex, Flame Tongue, even those 4-drops are pretty much what you want, but from Kalento's perspective, probably the worst. Like, this might actually be the worst hand that you could possibly hope for. If he's playing an aggressive Druid, those are like the Cenarius and Dr. Boom are the top 2, the top curve of the Druid deck, and then Savage Roar is just like a super situational card, but he's actually going to play it. Wow.
He's just gonna go for it. I don't. So effectively, Kalento banned out the Mage. Right? If you think about it that way, because if Kalento wins right now, it's just going to auto-ban the Mage. So, yeah, Kalento just needs, hopefully, a few plays here. Because all of these cards are just not what you want to see.
Yeah. Guard doesn't have the best hand, I would say. He might have wanted, like, a Haunted Creeper on turn 2, but I would say, okay, with the Gnomish Adventure draw, that's actually pretty good now.
To be honest, I think I would love... I love seeing double Hex against the Druid. I think it's just so good.
Yeah, I think 1 Hex is alright, but if you don't have if you have like a lot of situational cards in your hand, like double Hexes, double Earth Shocks, double Rockbiter Weapons, you can lead to like a game where you never play anything and you never develop your board against Druid, which is generally pretty terrible.
Yeah, sure. But right now, of course, Guard does have a coin 4-drop and follow that up with another 4-drop next turn. He can also choose the Lightning Storm and kill the Shade off in, just with the Spell Power Totem, of course. So I guess deciding which 4-drop to play here. Goes with the Shredder. Just a bit more sticky. Sticky minions are always really good.
Yeah, I like the Shredder because even if the Shade trades into the Shredder, you're still not too happy about it because your opponent's Shade was just turned into like a vanilla 3/3, and that's not bad at all.
Until decides to develop as well because if he rafts, then he can't play any minions. So that's basically not the best. Wow! Is Gar playing 40 cards? I always think that Gar's is playing 40 card decks. You know, it's just like, this is completely new that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, piloted Sky Golem, interesting. I've seen a lot of Chinese players have begun using piloted Sky Golem in Shaman, and it's kind of awkward and kind of weird because piloted Sky Golem is a 6-drop, and the 6-drop slot is so good for Shaman with the Fire Elemental, but somehow Gar can fit it in, I guess.
All right, Kalento's gonna try and hope for a very bad minion here to pop out, and oh. That's actually one of the best ones to come out.
Yeah, Gar.
Maybe not for Gar, right? Because he has a lot of card draw, I guess, but still pretty good for Flame Tongue value, right?
Gar, his expression was like one of, I guess, annoyance even. But I think that is a pretty good card for Shaman, especially because there's so many ways for Shaman to buff it, right? Flame Tongue, yeah. Argus. Actually, you know what? Have we seen Argus in Gar's deck yet? Yeah, he might not even have Argus in the deck.
Well, he's playing a 40 card deck, so he might have it.
Okay, really sure. Fair enough.
Alright, Kalento's gonna decide to poke the Pagel. He's actually through threatening, and fish!
Ha, caught one. Alright, Gar seems pretty happy now.
Wow, that was fast! Gar turned from like annoyance to happiness. Just like that.
Haunted Creeper, one of the better draws he could draw. We haven't seen Feral Spirits in this deck, actually. And it makes sense since if you run the Harvest Golems and Power Mace together, then the Feral Spirits at the 3-drop slot is probably something that you cut.
I'm still trying to imagine a Skittles getting fished up. So,
oh, yeah.
Alright, Raffing here to kill the spider, swiping the Pagel. I guess if Kalento did actually hit the spell power, he would have cleared the board, but...
Yeah, that was so sad, Wrathing a Haunted Creeper.
So I did not expect this play though. I would have just expected Sky Golem was so strong, right?
Yeah. That's interesting. I guess maybe he's setting up for I don't like the positioning here. I prefer like the Haunted Creeper on the left a bit more.
Same.
Yeah.
Alright, drawing 2 cards, but Bomb Lobber has a special delivery for a tree.
Yeah, Bomb Lobber. He's gonna develop more totems. Healing totem maybe? Taunt's not bad.
Healing totem would have been perfect, but like right now Kalento is in a very, very bad spot. I mean, sure you can swipe, but what's your follow-up? If you play a creature, then you can only play 1 creature as well. So man. Oh man, Druid versus Shaman is just so bad for the Druid. So bad.
Well, it's bad for the Druid if you don't draw Wild Growth or Innervate on the first few turns. Kalento, of course, does have a Wild Growth now, but yeah, really, what's that going to do you? Imagine if Kalento had 1 more mana. If he got his Wild Growth early on or sometime within the past few turns, he would have been good. He would have actually been back in this game. He would have had a really good play and swipe plus either of his 5-drops.
To be honest, I think the play here is just to use the swipe, hero power, and then just also use the Wild Growth so you can do double 5-drops. But Kalento instead sets up for a good swipe turn and also develop something. We'll get punished by Hex here. I'm pretty sure.
You know, one thing that Kalento could draw to bring him back into the game is an Azure Drake. If he Azure Drake swipes on turn 9, then that's like pretty much one of the best plays you can make in Druid.
But man, still, even if you do that, look at Gar's hands. It's so stacked. Wow. Decide to Alakir instead here.
I think you have to either Alakir or Hex that, and I guess this is the choice you feel less bad about.
It does also make sense because next turn you have the Hex plus the Sky Golem. This isn't too... Yeah, it's not too much of a big deal. Guess you think about the spell power swipe and you go like, yep, I'll just keep the Alakir healthy. Oh, that's not a good card.
Yeah, second wild growth right on time, right?
At turn 9. Worst draw possible.
Yeah, again, well, like, what are you gonna swipe here, right? You can't swipe and hero power without like you can't swipe plus hero power plus develop something, unless you're developing like a big game hunter, right?
But you know your opponent plays Neptulon. You just saw it.
Exactly. You could also consider comboing.
Oh no, that's so gross. That taunt totem soaks up 4 damage, or maybe 2 damage, but the Alakir soaks up another 4. Oh, this is just bad. Odd numbers are always bad for druids. I think they don't work odd numbers.
Yeah, where's that second innervate plus second force of or second savage war plus one more extra mana when you need it, right? For the double combo to clear this board. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's in between.
Wow, that was really nice.
Oh man, but still looking very, very brutal right now. Still for Colenso. Bomb Lobber's gonna kill this right off. 4 mana means that there's a Shredder coming out. Although Gar might be thinking about the super combo play now, right? Colenso has so many cards he's holding, and yeah, these plays has been less than efficient, I guess. Oh, just gonna trade it off and develop the Sky Golem instead. I like that.
Yeah, there's not much ways you can play around a super combo at this point, but maybe in a future turn.
Colenso's gonna look for more answers here. Don't know what he has to look for.
What answers can you hope for against the pilot?
I don't know.
Especially after you've used 2 swipes and you used like one Druid of the Claw to charge into something. Nothing else you really have does 4 damage. You can Wrath and hero power into it, but then you're taking 6 anyway.
Like even if both of the Colenso's bombs go to Gar's face for 4, he has 2 anti-heal bots. Wow, the power of anti-heal bot in Shaman. I like this deck.
Yeah. Probably gonna. A lot of people are probably gonna steal it. You've seen like
it might even use it.
Use it. Okay, I guess that's the proper terminology.
Right.
Borrow it, maybe.
Borrow it, and then change one card and go like, yeah, guys, I leveled to legend. Proof on Reddit, you know.
Yeah, this is my deck. This is like the monk deck.
Yeah.
Everyone better give me credit if you use this exact list. Oh, he's actually gonna trade. Okay.
Whoa. Ooh, that is always really scary.
Yeah, that's really risky. I mean, I guess we forgot about when we talked about cards that could do 4 damage in Druid, we kind of forgot about boom bots, right?
Right.
Okay, that's good.
Wow.
Wait.
Gar's gonna hex this and kill it off. I guess he's also he's definitely thinking about the double combo, you know? Like otherwise he won't be making like this play.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think I like that. I think I like that.
How far ahead is he really though? Like after this piloted shredder gets dealt with, then he has like 2 anti-kill bots, and that's really not pressure to go off of, right?
That's true. Well, we'll see what happens with the Sky Golem here.
Okay.
Oh, that's dead.
Not very good.
A 5 health creature would have survived, but
and look, here's a full board clear.
Yeah, it seems like Gar's hand suddenly just got a lot worse because they're all like, you know, utility cards. And that's not what he needs right now. He needs big creatures.
Yeah, and not only that, if Colenso draws into like another 5-drop, then he can play Sludge Belcher plus 5. Oh, speaking of 5 drops.
There you go. That's a pretty good prediction there.
Yeah, he can play both the 5-drops, and then what is Gara gonna deal? How is Gara gonna deal with that, right? He has to like hex the Sludge Belcher probably.
Hex the Belcher, hit it, and then the Shredder trades. Ooh, more options.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good draw.
Sweet. Well, is it?
Is it?
Not yet. Actually, you do use the Flame Tongue, right? Well,
you can use the Flame Tongue to help you clear the rest of the Belcher. But I really do think you hex the Belcher at this point. Like you want to get some value off of the Power Mace Death Rattle,
Sure.
but you can't do so unless you hex the Belcher. And I'm assuming a mech doesn't drop out of the piloted shredder, of course.
Well, no. If you hex the Belcher and use the Shredder to hit it, and then the Power Mace plus the Stoneclaw Totem traits with the Azure Drake, that's pretty good.
It's good. It's good, but it also plays into BGH. Like the Shredder will go up to 8 attack.
Oh, you're right. So, oh man, I guess because you got the healing totem, you just might as well get the value there, right? I like that.
Yeah, I like the sequence of plays.
But still, the BGH is gonna have a little surprise for Gara.
So we're definitely gonna see BGH, I feel. Does Kalento feel comfortable enough to play the Ancient of Lore as well? I like the Zombie Chow plus Druid of the Claw better. It's a bit more defensive, and the Zombie Chow is just really good against all these totems on the board.
Yeah, it's a totem. Oh,
yeah.
Not quite then. Kalento's gonna fish for a card here. Oh, gets a refund. It's like, yep.
Well, Ancient of Lore?
Whoa. I guess you really want to save the BGH for Neptulon. Right? Like, why else would you save the BGH if not for that? To be honest, Ancient of Lore is not the worst here. I mean, like, if the both of the totems trade into it, it still doesn't die. And wow, Sinar is gonna see draw here, so that's gonna be pretty important.
So right now, if by this set of plays, okay, Kalento's deciding whether he wants to use Zombie Chow or Shade. But with this series of plays, Kalento's basically saying, I don't think you can kill me in the next few turns.
Right.
Even though there's 10 damage showing on board. And wow, another Power Mace.
So much damage, but not quite. Like, I guess the Power Mace is not bad here. But then you have to kill your Taunt Totem, and you really like your Taunt Totem.
You can also, if you use the anti-kill bot this turn, next to the left of the Flame Tongue, you can get your piloted shredder kind of out of BGH range. But if they kill like the anti-kill bot somehow anyway, then it goes back into BGH range.
Right, of course. How do you like going all YOLO face here?
I like that. I think.
You like that? Really?
Yeah, I actually like that because, or actually, I kind of like Power Mace trading into the to the 2/3, but I like going face with everything else.
Yeah, actually, trading for the 2/3 is pretty good, and then all face. Yeah, because right now with this play, you lose the Taunt Totem.
And you lose some damage on board. Whereas like this 2/3 does so much for you, right? Or this 2/3 does so much for Kalento. Like the 2/3 right now, it can trade into the pilot shredder.
But yeah, Guard does exactly that. He's gonna shift that in just to dodge the possible BGH. And now, over Kalento's side, this is another. Actually, you know what? Guard's play is actually fine because the Flame Tongue actually shifted to the Healing Totem, right? So he actually gets the same amount of damage in. So I think that's fine. Might have been better too. Who knows? Is there a way to survive this? So wait, you can do Cenarius, buff the Zombie Chow, hit the anti-heal bar, and then BGH and hope for something. No, you can't. You're still dead. Well, unless the Doomsayer comes out. But oh, okay? How about you charge the Druid of the Claw, kill the Flame Tongue, and no, that doesn't. Yeah, man, nothing works here. Is that it?
If you, let's say, what if you charge the Druid into the heal bot and then BGH?
But you still deal with the guy that comes up back up with the oh my god. Kalento needs to think fast.
I think there's a way to survive if the creature that comes out of the shredder is 0 attack. Yeah, if you do this and then BGH, and if it's 0 attack.
Time. No, it's so much attack!
That's not 0 attack.
That's not. Oh wait, well, actually, he's still alive. He's still alive. He's
Yeah.
still alive. He has heal power. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So Gar is 1 damage off. Hey, he forgot to attack the Searing Totem. No.
I think he just ran out of time there, actually.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort. Damn. Okay. So attacking the BGH here doesn't even lose any damage. Gar's gonna continue to swarm the board here. I think he's just gonna go all in at this point. Because your opponent is a druid anyways, right? So just play the antique heal bot as well. You might as well buff the harvest column.
It's a bit
So I guess you attack
stickier.
first and then play the antique.
I actually think you buff the antique because it's less vulnerable to silence, to a keeper.
No, sure. Yeah, that makes sense too.
And you've already seen one BGH, right? So
Right,
you're not really
so-
scared of the other one. Or you probably don't think there's a second BGH.
Yeah, now this is it. Yeah, don't see a way Kalento can get out of this one. Wow, Kalento's actually gonna drop 3 games in a row to Gar's best shaman. That is not something I expected.
Yeah, so far this might be the most successful shaman ever in GVG in terms of tournament play, going 3-0 in a tournament.
Never seen something like that. Wow, very nice, Gar. And I mean, Kalento's demon deck also went undefeated. It just got banned out. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
very, very interesting series there.
today's been a great tournament so far.
Your eyeballs was hilarious. You look like a pancake. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
But yeah, what did you say? What were you saying?
I was saying that today's been an interesting day so far because we've had like decks that typically aren't seeing that much do really well. Shaman and Demon Lack, who plays those decks, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Big iPod opening, and we're gonna go to the brackets right now and have a look at that. So Gar is gonna advance. Kalento is not out of the tournament yet. He falls to the losers bracket where he's gonna wait for Masan and Sixo to complete their match and yeah, go from there. So our next match is going to be TSM's Masan and of course Archon's Sixo. So after the break, guys, we're gonna start the game up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, guys, to Pinnacle 3, where, Kalento just lost to Gar's best shaman. And right now we're going to see Masan versus Sixo. But before we do that, hopefully we're going to play a very quick coup video to the people who just joined and are confused of the format. It's very quick, guys. So, let's load that up. The Pinnacle series uses a coup system. Let me explain how it works. Each player brings 4 unique class decks and announces their classes to their opponent. Like normal, players pick their starting deck simultaneously, also known as a blind pick. The winning deck stays, and the losing deck is eliminated from the series. However, each player can use a coup to ban their opponent's deck in the mulligan phase of each game. This power can be used once per series, and effectively makes every series a best of 5. Lots of strategies can be employed with this new format, so we hope you enjoy it, and the exciting games that will follow. I mean, not that there's any more Zulocks anymore, but I guess it's still a very good video to let you guys know what's happening. But yeah, let's jump right into the bios of Masan and Sixo. I'm gonna load that up on the screen right now. Masan, of course, he did win a couple of firsts just recently, right? Kind of, if Heroes of Cards and Lord Arena there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Heroes of the Cards was actually it was in November, I believe, early November, and he actually won that tournament by beating Kalento in 2 series out of 3. He dropped Kalento into the losers bracket, and then Kalento won a match, and then he won the rematch. So he won that tournament by beating Kalento. So Kalento is in this group. They might get a rematch, and Kalento might get his revenge. Who knows? Yeah,
you have to do your summaries a bit faster because Sixo's on the screen right now, and he's playing for Team Icon, of course. And does anybody know that he did win 2 firsts in these invitations that you see right there? Okay, and the match has started. Both players are going to bring Druid and Hunter. Masan's going to bring his Rogue. Oh, actually, both players are bringing Rogue as well. So the only difference is a Paladin versus Warrior. So just looking at the matchups here, Monk, who do you think is ahead?
Well, I'm not sure, but I wanted to note that neither of those players were bringing Mech Mage or any kind of mage to the tournament. So if there's a spare part that's coming from any of these players, it's going to be Kalento. Or maybe perhaps Gara.
Oh, wow. Okay, there's already a coup from Masan. Doesn't want to play the Hunter at all because I guess Sixo did play a lot of aggro Hunter in ladder when he streamed. So I think Masan realizes that, and Rogue against aggro Hunter is just not good at all.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Rogue just doesn't have a lot of heals, and even though they can probably stabilize with their efficient cards like Backstab and SI, eventually it'll just die to the hero power. So, good choice probably from Amaz to coup that Hunter. And in terms of who's advantaged in this matchup, I'd probably say because Sixo is bringing Paladin and Masan is bringing Warrior, probably the Paladin player Sixo is a little bit more favored just because Paladin has such a huge edge against Warrior.
Okay. All right, that's a good analysis, but well, I think you called Masan a Moz there.
Oh, sorry.
If you do that, then everybody's gonna do that as well, Mark. I thought you're on the same boat as us. I'm like, yeah.
We're all the same person, so.
Yeah, jeez. You can't let our secret go out, man.
All right.
But yeah, that's a good analysis. I think Sixo is a favorite here with the Paladin. It's gonna be a Rogue Mirror instead. But hey, Sixo still has the coup, so he can use that anytime. And Sixo has the coin as well.
Yeah. I don't think Sixo is going to coup this mirror now because he has a pretty good advantage from the opening hands. Not only is he going second, but he has the Lothab in his hand right now.
But you keep the Lothab in your starting hand?
You used to keep the Lothab, I think, back when Gadgetan was a thing. But I'm not sure these days. Oh yeah, I guess he does keep Lothab.
Oh, okay. Good choice there. And Masan's hand looks pretty bad. Don't see him keeping any of these, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess Lothab these days, even though it doesn't stop Auctioneer, just Rogue has so many spells that you can stop. Plus, it trades so well into Violet Teacher, and it prevents Violet Teacher from going into effect by summoning 1/1s.
Oh, Masan actually keeps the Violet Teacher and Thalnos. That's a pretty interesting choice here. Not a lot of turn 1 plays here, so. It's probably going to see it pass.
Yeah, Violet
Teacher,
Teacher, I think, is an important minion on turn 4, but Thanos is an interesting keep. I probably wouldn't have kept that one myself.
Is he just going to use it as a loot hoarder here? Just to yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, the thing is usually if you have Blood Mage Thanos, you want to combo with spells, but Masan doesn't have any spells, and he didn't have any spells in his opening hand, so definitely an interesting keep. I'll have to ask him about that later.
Okay. Well, both players are kind of like, doing the respectful, samurai thing, I guess, where you just, bow their heads and not attack each other.
Hmm.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, a lot of rogue matchups can either start like this, but a lot of times like players are just going for face all the time, even ignoring board control. Because sometimes this matchup is a race. Rogue again doesn't have a lot of healing, so any damage that you can put on your opponent is somewhat permanent if they don't draw into their Farseers or anti-heal bots.
Well, like, we probably don't expect this game to ever go to turn 10. Like, to 10 mana, right?
Yeah, there's some rare circumstances where that might happen, but usually just one player gets in such a huge lead, and he has both board and he both has board control, and his opponent is at low health, and it just kind of snowballs from there.
Sure. All right, so finally the first real minion is played. Sixers is gonna play the Loatheb here to stop any spells from developing. Lucky for Masan, he does have an Azure Drake to play, so it's not really just a dead turn 5. Thinking of whether to snipe off this Violet Teacher or not, huh?
Yeah, there's actually definitely a case that can be made for just passing after this, because the Loatheb trades very well into the Violet Teacher, and you kind of want to preserve the backstab for the SI agent next turn.
Yeah, and then again, you also lose a dagger charge. You kind of want to pump this up as a lot and then use a big flurry, right? Oh wow, Masan actually decides to kill this right off, and this is actually looking pretty bad for Siso suddenly.
He still has a lot of options though, I guess. He has the backstab. Oh, he has the prep sprint. Prep sprint, it's good in a lot of matchups, but this is one of those matchups where if you spend 4 mana to prep sprint, it might be you might just like lose out on tempo too much. It's kind of like Paladin where they lay on hands and then in turn after they have to usually equality consecrate. So with Rogue, you prep sprint and the next turn you kind of have to get some big blade flurry off to clear your opponent's board.
Oh, yeah, I guess the closest comparison is the Leon Hansen to equality consecrate, right? So kind of like that. This is gonna have to cash back right on the board here. Gonna spend one of his dagger charges to clear the Violet Teacher.
This guy's toast.
Yep, pretty good board clear there. But I'm kind of, I guess both hands are equally good right now. Masan has a lot of minions, but 6-0 does have that prep sprint, and it looks like he's at least somewhat stabilized right now. Like, his opponent's board right now with 2/3/3 minions isn't the most threatening of boards, especially if he draws into a Blade Flurry with this prep sprint.
They're kind of going to be seeing play here. 6-0 could also prep a sprint. Hopefully find some answers to deal with this board. Once again, Blade Flurry would have been good. Choppy would be good too. Or like an Eviscerate, yeah. Yeah. Oh, double sprints. Oh, that's one of the Eviscerates.
There's a choppy.
Oh, that's what I call it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so much easier to call it choppy. If you don't combo it, Monk, it's called choppy.
Oh.
Right? Get it? You get it?
Oh, I get it. It's great. Do you have these nicknames for all the other cards? Like, what's SI?
Just some other cards, right? I mean, Azure is just Azure because it's like nothing special, right?
Okay.
There's only the cool cards that get nice names.
Yeah, Azure Drake confirmed not cool by my eyes. Why? You're such a bully there. Not calling Azure Drake not cool.
I mean, it's just a normal card. Yeah. Well, back to 6-0 here. Can't really play the... You could sap in Azure, right? Would that be good?
Yeah, I guess if you sap... I think that is probably his best play. It's really bad to leave the Azure Drake on the field right now.
Whoa. He's just gonna kill this right off.
Okay, for a minute there, I thought he forgot to use his dagger, but I guess it's just the power of spectator mode.
Nah, of course he used a dagger. All right. Well, yeah. If Masan wants to clear this thing off,
He either has to tank 5 damage with his face or use the choppy choppy as just the choppy, right?
no, you use it as a choppy choppy because you want to summon a dude. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's kind of the same effect as a choppy, right?
Sure. And yeah, I guess the deadly poison here could. I guess you don't want to do that because you want to combo it out, right? But then
Yeah. I think the 1 health minion isn't that great. It's not that worth it, especially because 6-0 probably runs double Blade Flurry and double Fan of Knives.
Yeah, but that's a card that was just drawn. Blade Flurry, very nice with the spell power.
All right, both players are very low HP, and it's getting to the point where one player can just suddenly burst the other player out of the game. We see double Tinker's Sharpsword Oil in Masan's hand. So, yeah, Lotheb.
I think Masan is actually quite ahead now with the Lotheb. And with that, look at Masan's head. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage indeed. If 6-0 doesn't draw, like even a Sabotage wouldn't be that great right now.
Oh man, I guess you sat this for 7. Oh, that is gross.
Sapping at this for 7, like, it's not really a winning play because he's just going to replay it next turn, and then what are you going to do, right?
You can sap it for 7 again and play a 3-drop.
Oh, that sounds really strong right there.
Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, if he doesn't sap this, he's dead next turn, right? Unless he outrages into something, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
These rogue decks don't play any taunts, right?
He has to, like...
Can he double farce here?
Yeah, I kind of like just developing these minions. Is he still dead, though?
He's still dead. I mean, each oil is like a fireball, right? So, that's just
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, he even has the 1-mana Deadly Poison to combo everything with.
Oh, man.
I guess Masan right now is... I know Masan is one of those players that tries to not reveal as much as he can. So he's kind of probably deciding, do I have to reveal this second Tinker Sharpsword Oil?
He doesn't. He doesn't need to do that, right? Yeah, 8 plus 6. Oh, no, he does.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Just doing some simple math right here.
Well, 11 plus 9 is a lot of damage. Didn't really matter if Thistle used the other Farseer, but yeah, just Lotheb stole that game away. And now Masan has to... Well, no. Now Sixto has to choose one of his 2 remaining decks to deal with the plethora of classes that Masan still has.
Yeah, I think the clear choice right now is going to be Druid. Paladin is one of those decks that... Like, Rogue became really strong. Whoa.
It's going to be the Paladin big into Insta-Coup. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Well, look at this. Paladin is actually pretty good against all 3 of these classes.
Yeah, it's at least fair against all 3 of these classes. It's really good against Warrior, and depending on... I'm not sure like how really good against Hunter right now. What's your perspective on that? What's Paladin versus Hunter?
Now, my perspective is because Paladin is better against Hunter, you want to kill Paladin first. So that you kind of want to get the Hunter out of the way, because both Paladin and Hunter is good against Warrior, right? So the ordering was actually Paladin first is just better, because otherwise the Hunter's going to come and snipe the Druid out. So I like that. That's actually a very good choice.
Yeah, fair enough. Masan's decision to bring Warrior into this tournament probably isn't going to pay off, at least in this match, because Warrior doesn't have many good matchups to deal with in Druid and Paladin right now. But I know for Masan, Warrior, I think, is his favorite deck. So he's going to probably bring it in every single tournament. That's something that can be kind of predictable about Masan.
Okay. Well, but the Warrior deck is really, really good against all sorts of mage, right? Every single mage is just good against it. It's also very good against what's the other face? The Hunter. It's like what they are very just popular right now, right? Hunter and mage. So
yeah,
not
and
a
lot,
bad pick.
Yeah, and a lot of players are using Warrior as kind of like a pick against Rogue. It's interesting that Warrior was so good in the beginning of GVG, but then it began falling out like to classes such as like Paladin and such as Druid, and then Rogue began coming in and preying on those classes, and now Warrior is coming back a little bit just to kind of reverse the cycle.
Yeah, the cycle of life in Hearthstone, right? Things rise and fall. which is pretty cool. I think. I still think when was this Avish played the fatigue mage, I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. But then after one game was played, it's like, okay, I had enough of that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy that it was cycled out. To be honest,
You kind of echoed everyone's feelings about fatigue mage there. To be
Well,
honest.
you said echoed. Oh,
Oh.
I see what you did there. That's pretty smart, Monk.
Thanks. Completely unintentional. Okay, so
Masan is gonna try and ride his hunter to victory here, and once again, Masan is up one game, so first to three is gonna take the series.
yeah, and this is probably going to be because Undertaker has been nerfed. It's probably going to be more of a mid-range hunter. We already see a Sludge Belcher in Masan's deck, so that's going to be signaling a bit more of a defensive deck rather than just straight-up face hunter.
Sure, like a mid-range one, right? So how tempting is it to play the next juggler here?
I think you have to fight for board, right?
All right. No, I mean you don't really have to, right? Your opponent usually. Well, I guess you do. Yeah, I guess you do. Oh, it's gonna get bowed out.
Okay, now there's kind of a decision to make. Do you kind of Aldor the Knife Juggler and give your opponent a free Ego Horn hit, or do you kind of go for the risk and go for Muster for Battle? We can see from Masan's hand that Muster for Battle would end up pretty horribly.
Well, if 6-0 Musters is insta lose, right? Pretty much. So Aldor is the only play that can actually save him from the game right now. You know what I was thinking just now with the when Masan used this hunter to kill the Knife Juggler? Is what kind of stupid hunter takes damage from using a bow?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
It's because like you can't handle the backlash, right? You know when like some snipers when they fire their sniper guns or whatever, like they take damage because of the recoil. I guess bows have recoil.
Yeah, there you go, recoil.
Yeah.
There you go. Wow, you heard it here first, guys. Monk says snipers fire their sniper guns.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Well, Masan is in a very commanding lead right now. Gets another dagger as well. Oh, both missed though. So, whoa, still gonna kill it off. Okay, I think I like that. Probably for the better. BGH not really the best card right now, and yeah, 6-0 just really wants to find those swords and stuff like that. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
Yeah, so many situational cards. This is kind of like the drawback of running double Quartermaster in your deck. If you draw both of them, they become pretty dead.
Yeah, very dead. Oh, this is gonna be insane. Unleash the Hounds. Well, not insane with the Knife Juggler. Knife Juggler Unleash would be insane, but.
Yeah, Paladin is one of those decks that they need board control to do Paladin things. And if they don't have board control, it can just be really hard. Although, like, there is the Dr. Boom in 6-0's hand, so once it gets to turn 7, you can always play that, I guess.
Well, the problem right now is going to turn 7. 17 health. Oh, those are one of the cards that would have been better early on.
So, 6-0, not too many choices here. Like, I guess he has to play the Shielded Minibot. Does he play the Big Game Hunter?
Yeah, I guess you do. Nope, I guess you don't. Quartermaster busts it anyways, huh? But no, I can't really imagine him playing anything other than Dr. Boom next turn. Abusive Sergeant as well. We see that this is like the Senex deck?
Yeah, the Senex deck.
Yeah.
A lot of streamers have been playing this lately, including Trump, I believe.
Yeah, Trump was the guy who played it. I saw it on Trump, but oh, this is just way too much damage. Just gonna silence for good measure in Masan's hand as well. I don't know how it's gonna get back from this.
Yep, unless it was like even Guardian of Kings would have probably led to his death as well. But so 6-0 goes down 0-2, and you can see he's visibly frustrated right now.
Yeah. Well, he has to use the. Oh man, this is gonna be a Druid versus Hunter. That is gonna be pretty brutal.
Yeah, 6-0 with no coup left is forced to play Druid versus Hunter. Hunter is like a class that people bring to tournaments in order to specifically counter Druid. So it's looking very bad again for 6-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, if 6-0 plays anything like Zombie Chow or Kazan Mystic, then makes the matchup just a little bit better. But I think even with those cards, it's still like still an uphill battle, right?
You kind of have to get a little lucky with Kazan Mystic. Not only do you have to draw it, but your opponent has to play a secret or get a secret into play, and that's, I would say, like 25% of games
Really?
in that
No,
matchup.
I think it's pretty good because generally speaking, hunters always keep mad sciences, right? So I think it does hit kind of often.
Yeah, but you still have to draw your Kazan Mystic, right?
That's true. Yeah. Oh, do we see a Sylvanas in Mason's hand? That's interesting.
Oh, you know what? This Sixo has Ragnaros in his deck right now. Is this like the same Sixo Stalag Fugen deck? Have you seen him play that on
Ooh.
stream?
Okay, that could be cool.
Really want
Yeah,
to see
I
that.
actually saw that before. Yeah.
It's
See, what did I tell you about mad sciences? It just always shows up.
yeah. I was watching Sixo play it for the first time on stream, and like the first 3 games he played it, he always got Thaddeus. Every single
Always.
game.
Wow, it's pretty impressive. Well, good thing for Sixo, he does have the Keyboard to Grove, one of the main important cards to snipe off Knife Jugglers and Piggies. It's always good. Double mad scientist.
Imagine if that were an Undertaker, that web spinner. Like the game would have already been almost over right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Blizzard.
Thank you, our kind Blizzard overlords. All right. We could even see double mad scientist, but I think, yeah, this is probably a little better. Probably not going to be double mad scientist on the board just because it's more likely than not that Masan's only running 1 secret, which probably is the freezing trap in this type of deck.
Huh, interesting. Well, coin Savannah Hymen into Savannah Hymen is pretty insane.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why you kept the coin for that.
Yeah, back in the day, like you used to keep Savannah Highmanes against Druid because like Savannah Highmane was just an instant win, and it's less of an instant win right now because there's more things that more tools that Druid has to deal with Savannah Highmane, and they just they're a little faster, so they kind of threaten Druid a bit or threaten Hunter a bit more. But double Savannah Highmane is still going to be really tough for 6-0 to deal with right now.
Yeah, one of them is golden as well.
Oh. Do you think that's like a smart decision, actually? Like to bring 1 golden copy of a card and 1 non-golden copy of a card to a tournament?
You know, there used to be a rare thread where it announced that if you do that and the priest use Thought Steal, then you actually like, you know, give some tells away, but that's just stupid. Like, first of all, Savannah Highmanes is usually going to be 2 of, right? And secondly, nobody plays priest, so yeah.
Oh, those are both very good points.
Yeah. Oh, Force of Nature is going to be very good here. It's going to proc the freezing trap. Unfortunately, the bow is going to get buffed up. So
not only is it going to proc the freezing trap, but I believe it's going to proc 2 freezing traps.
Okay, but that's just so much damage on the bow, though. I mean, look at Mason's hand, like 2 KCs ready to go. Oh wow, wow! 1 Force of Nature, clearing 2 traps. That's like a very good Minesweeper.
I don't actually think you're too worried about the bow getting that many charges because you're going to be looking to kind of race the hunter at this stage of the game. And every time the bow attacks into something, the hunter will be taking damage. So that's kind of even not too bad for you.
Oh, no. I don't think the bow is ever going to attack anything else right now. Oh, okay. Well, Masan thinks he can play a control game. It's interesting. Oh! So getting the bad draws.
All right,
But
so there's so many charges in 6-0's hand right now. He can even like replay the Force of Nature minions.
But no. I think you want to play the Force of Nature minions at the end because they die off themselves, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
So probably drew the Claw Charge and Hero Power. That does 6 damage, right? I mean, no, this is 5. God, 5 damage. That's what I said. And then next turn he can just innervate a swipe, treant, and that's a win.
Yeah. Not bad.
It's fine. Does he die next turn though? No, a KC was used on Shade, so yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds like a good play. I'm kind of disappointed that we've seen Lotheb in this deck, because that means there's a lower chance that
Just you can style like
exactly.
Right. Oh, just the
Okay.
1-2. All these shredders have been missing. Oh, that's a card Masan wants to see. He doesn't know it yet, but oh, actually he does. But he's
Yeah, he probably knows it because he knows there's 2 Treants in 6-0's hand, and he
That's
probably
true.
has some other type of direct damage, right?
Wait, is this still lethal for 6-0? Ooh.
Well, that's kind of lethal.
Wait. No. How about you don't use the... no, it's not lethal if you don't use the... because you can swipe and use the Wrath. Not quite. Swipe.
I think you're one off, I think.
Yeah, no, it is lethal. You swipe the face.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait, no, you don't have enough mana. Oh, shoot. I thought you had 12 mana for some reason. So, Rag is the best play? Is it YOLO Rag?
I think you can win this without YOLO Rag. But yeah, YOLO Rag is always a play. That's always like the most fun play.
You can also innovate innovate the Wrath into the Ooze. Oh, no. It's gonna be this instead. Okay. Okay, fine. This play is better. Alright. You can win it without Rag. This is fine.
Yeah, I guess that was a fun play.
To gain 1 more armor. Yeah, that's actually better. Alright. No YOLO Rag, guys.
Yeah, and 6-0 feels pretty safe right now because 1 kill command is already used.
Alright, well, yeah, if Masan can't kill 6-0 this turn, which is probably not going to happen, and 6-0 is going to take away game 3 and stay alive.
Yep, there we go. 2nd kill command. 6-0 giving a little smirk on camera right now. He's like, yeah, I've got this, guys. I beat a hunter with a druid.
Yeah.
So now that Druid has beaten Hunter, it's actually looking kind of alright for 6-0 because all he has to do is win a Druid mirror, and then he has to win Druid versus Warrior, which are all both very doable.
Yeah. The Druid versus Warrior is definitely doable. The Druid mirror is kind of like the only obstacle, I would say. So yeah. Good job,
What are your thoughts to the fact that pretty much every Druid player or every player who brings Druid to tournaments always brings a combo version, except for, of course, Strife Crow?
I think it's just better, right? Isn't it just better? Because like the Ramp Druid, it's like your matchups against the matchups you win already are like just a bit better, right? I mean, fine, your matchup against Hunter improves a lot, but then your matchup against Warrior just becomes really, really bad. So yeah, I think the combo Druid is just really, really good.
Yeah. So what you're saying is like the Ramp Druid has more like even matchups maybe because it's a bit stronger against Hunter and a bit weaker against Warrior.
Right, and it's all the Ramp Druid is also good against Mech Mage, right? So like you're sacrificing some weight blowout matches for like an even matchup for everything. Yeah, that's a good way to put it actually. The way you put it. But here we go. It's gonna be the Warrior first. I guess Masan kind of wants to win this matchup first, and then go with the Druid with his last match. If it goes to that, which is fine. 6-0 is actually gonna choose to keep both his 5-drops because while he is sitting on the coin, he just wild go for turn 2. Turn 3 he can coin out a 5, then the other 5 comes out.
Yeah. So pretty good curve from 6-0. And it's pretty much exactly what you need to do well in this matchup. Get these early minions in, and not only early minions, but very strong early minions. Minions that have 4 attack and 5 attack.
Yeah, that's right. And also in Masan's point of view, then he does realize that this match is all about tempo. So he does indeed drop the Armor Smith at turn 2 and just drop the Acolyte Pain in turn 3 instead of just going for a slower one. That's just slower play.
You know what's interesting to me is that Masan. He picked Warrior against Druid instead of the Druid Mirror, so he's confident in his Warrior versus Druid matchup.
No, it's kind of like you play the Warrior first. If it fails, you still have like the 50-50, right? So you might as well get the bad matchup done with, I guess. It's also a thing where, what's that called? Like when you keep on winning, you feel good. What's that word?
Like reinforcement, psychological reinforcement.
No. It's not that complicated. It's like
okay.
It's like the energy you get from winning. Oh my god, what's that word? Okay, Chad is gonna probably know, but
Chi. It's really Asian of me.
Don't think too hard. It's very easy. I'm gonna think about it. Momentum.
Oh,
right?
okay.
It's not a hard word.
Okay.
Chi.
Sorry, 4 times acceleration.
Okay.
All right. Let's get back to the game. So, a 5-drop wasn't coined, but I guess did someone?
Oh, forgot to
Oh,
attack the armor smith.
and he missed an armor, I believe.
How?
Yeah, he missed an armor.
Oh, yeah, he also missed it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, they did. He missed the armor and forgot to attack the armor smith.
Oops.
Wait, did he attack the armor smith?
I think he might have attacked, but he definitely missed an armor. So
Yeah.
I think it's less likely that he didn't attack with the armor smith.
Okay.
Okay, so Lotheb's gonna come down. It's gonna be alright to deal with actually. Wow, BGH.
Oh my god, that combo is so disgusting. Look at that. It's just, yeah, it's just a blowout. Like, how do you come back as a druid? After that? Oh!
Six is like, oh man, you used your BGH already. I can just play the Stalag. But then like BGH also kills Stalag.
Okay, so what's the best player? Isn't just Force of Nature just better here? Just like clean the board up? Because I guess you can't. Like, the thing is, like, I think Force of Nature was better play there, just because you can't beat the warrior with like the combo right now, right?
But then you might be thinking, like, if 6-0 only runs one Force of Nature and he gives up that Force of Nature this early, he might just be giving up his only win condition.
That's true. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, I guess you do want to burst the war ASAP, right? Because it's just gonna be bomb after bomb, starting from turn 8. Oh,
well,
never mind.
Never mind. Yeah. There's a second Force of Nature.
Okay, so what do you do here?
YOLO Stalag.
YOLO Stalag? Really?
No, probably not.
It's actually not bad here, right?
I guess like nothing trades into Stalag that well.
The face with the weapon, it's with 7. Like, I mean, you do remove all his armor. Like, the worst thing that could happen is probably like a Death Spite.
Death Spite, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, YOLO Stalag isn't the worst of plays.
You can also play Druid of Claw in top mode, but it's just Black Knight and armor, just Shield Slam, for example, like, just a blowout as well.
I want to see Masan's reaction if Stalag comes down to though, because Masan always has like really interesting reactions.
Oh, the best reactions. Yeah,
He's a cutie pie.
Oh, okay, Monk. Okay. Coin, Hero Power as well. Oh, just gonna take more damage to the face and clean up the board, it appears like. It's gonna leave the Armor Smith alive.
Oh, that's interesting. He doesn't clear the Armor Smith. Oh, that's definitely a mistake.
Face palm from 6, oh no. You don't want to. I thought he was gonna leave the Armor Smith alive. I mean, then it would have been fine, right? But
yeah, it would have. See, that's like the point where you make a mistake and then you realize, oh shoot, I made a mistake. Do I now correctly kill the Armor Smith, or do I pretend I never wanted to kill the Armor Smith ever?
No. I think actually, to be honest, I would have just killed the the Taskmaster instead of the Armor Smith.
I actually like killing the Armor Smith a bit more, because the Armor Smith, if you leave it alive, it's just gonna keep getting armor off of it, and you're never gonna be able to come back from that.
But your opponent has like 11 armor, so like 11 is the same as like 1,000. I always say that in the stream. Like, it's just the same. Who cares? I mean, he's not. Masan is not gonna lose armor anytime soon, right? So we might as well give him a weaker board to deal with. No! Look at that! Look at that chuckle. Masan is chuckle.
So, look at that eyebrow raise.
The eyebrow raise?
Yeah.
Oh my god! This oh, that 28 damage for 1 mana. Oh, that card's balanced.
So now Masan has 30 armor against Druid.
Yeah. Oh, Swipe is a good card to draw.
So how can 6-0 win? He can wait for this shade to become like a 30 attack creature, and then Force of Nature Savage Roar, and then he'll still probably lose, because there's 30 armor, or now 29, 28.
Well, hey, Sylvanas is out from Masan's hand already, right? So it could work. Oh, so, yeah. Despite its insane draw right now. Oh man. Ooh, that has to feel scary. I will crush you as well. Wow, bluffing the Grommash. Okay. Well, oh no.
Well, that's not very good.
That's terrible.
Do you just hero power here and pass?
I mean, do you have any other choice?
Yeah. Well, Masan's showing in this game right now that he is warrior. Did you see that Reddit post where he put his face
Oh,
on top of
Masana's
his
warrior.
leader?
Yeah. But I
Yeah.
mean, right now, he, look, this hand also sucks. Wow, both both players have really bad hands.
Mhm.
Wait, what? He's doing these mind games. Okay. That's
Well, judging by it, it might not be a mind game. He might just want to attack and equip the weapon right now.
Oh, okay, fine.
I'm not really sure if I like equipping the weapon though. Oh, I guess it was a mind game. Yeah, he didn't equip the weapon. Like if he
Yeah.
equipped the weapon, it would have been really weak to Harrison Jones.
That's true.
The thing is, at this point, Masan pretty much knows that the combo is in 6-0's hand. You have 4 cards in your hand and you haven't played any of them? What?
Oh, well, unfortunately, the shade is going to reveal itself. It's going to execute. Masan is still top decking, though, so... And, oh, that is also a bad card. Wow, Masan is just chaining really bad cards. I mean, at least 6 got a shredder, but Masan is not getting anything. What is this going to be? No,
Okay.
it's just...
Pretty
that's
bad.
Yeah, it's below average.
Well, the thing is, 6-0 has made some progress in the last few turns. He's gotten his opponent down from... Whoa!
Oh, that's a cut, but hey, whoa, it's an angry Dr. Boone. Look at that. That is...
Yeah,
It's
he's
just
like...
saying, guys.
He's like an
Dr. Boone-
overlord looking over all his minions.
So Dr. Boom has just got buffed and 300% increase to his size. Oh! Wow! That has got to be awkward.
Yeah, Masan's gonna have to either use 3 cards to clear this Dr. Boom or use his axe. Yeah, Masan decided to use Brawl instead of Roll and Execute because in this game, when are you gonna use Brawl again, right? But he kind of took a risk there, and the risk didn't really pay off.
Oh my god, another deck. Oh, this game is just full of deck cards. All of these cards just suck. Oh, that's a good card though. Wow, Masan just drew the double 5s.
Yeah,
That is pretty insane right now.
that might be able to lock 6-0 out of this game.
I don't think Suzu can come back from this one. 11 mana Force of Nature. And oh, okay, that's a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best draws in 6-0's deck. Masan will have to like use a Whirlwind to clear it pretty much, or like attack both of his creatures in, which is pretty horrible.
Yeah,
6-0's
that's...
6-0's like competing with Masan for most amount of armor gain though. Like the Druid has 4 armor right now.
Please. You can't beat a warrior in armor. Alright.
Acolyte, one of his best draws.
Yep. Looking for a shield slam. Oh! That's actually very awkward!
That's actually like bad because the Alexstrasza will just trade with the BGH and he'll have to like kill himself or heal his opponent.
Heal yourself or heal your opponent. Wow. I wish more cards did that. Alright, so what about 6-0 here? Wow, this is actually this is a very weird game.
6-0, he can't clear this board without giving his opponent extra card draws.
No, not quite. Sylvanas, I guess? I mean, come on. Right?
Sylvanas is not bad here.
I guess Sylvanas is the only play, so... Well, they might be running out of cards soon. This game has been going on for a while.
Yeah, if Masan keeps drawing bad cards, no.
Oh, that's not a bad card at all. But is it?
The problem is still this Sylvanas. How do you deal with it? Okay, so you don't deal with the Sylvanas. You just go straight for face, and you switch roles with the Druid player, and you're now the aggressor.
Okay. Well, swipe could go to the... Oh! Wow. This is insane.
If you swipe, and okay, you swipe the you swipe the Acolyte, and then hope the Boombots go on your Sylvanas.
Yeah, but before you do that, you trade Sylvanas first. Hero power the slime so that you don't steal their incorrect creature, right? So let's do that first. Yeah, I would like to see Sylvanas hit, and then hero power to slime, swipe the Acolyte. You're probably gonna get a... Oh, what's happening here?
Wait, is he gonna Savage Roar and BGH his own?
Oh no, I don't like that at all. No, you don't want to use the BGH like that. Oh, Oh no, yeah, that play was just much better, right?
Mhm.
Oh, he's just gonna do that instead. Wait, what happened?
Not really sure what's
Judging
happening.
by his reaction, he probably got the ooze.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no.
Oh, what? What? No, no, what? What? Oh, sorry. Sixo, what
Okay.
happened? Why did you do that? You faked us out! But, yeah, I think our play would have been slightly better, right?
Well, with this play, I guess he had a 50-50 to steal the Dr. Boom, but he was able to get the Fukin out.
Oh, but now Sixo is down to his last lifeline. He needs a taunt or a heal. Otherwise, he's just dead and... Oh, it's a heal!
I think
a heal.
it's like one of the only heals in Sixo's deck.
Well, but he could have got a taunt too, but there's no more taunts, right? That Druid Claws are all... Oh my god, that's a huge draw here.
Is this a comeback?
This might be the biggest comeback ever.
All
Wait,
right,
actually, look at Masan's deck. It's so thin. It's gonna be Grommash soon, right? Is it Grommash? Oh, it's not.
no.
Oh, man. Oh, man. What a game. Alexstrasza is basically kill yourself or heal your opponent. Wow, that is just so awkward.
Mhm.
This is so awkward.
I think the
love
correct
it.
play here is just armor and pass.
Wow, nice correct play. That's oh, man.
Wow, double B.
GH.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay, so you can't play BGH as well, right? It's kind of like Alexstrasza. You don't want to kill your own Dr. Boom.
Exactly. Like BGH is like replace your 7-3 with a 4-2.
Oh my god, this game is insane. So wait, Masan can just draw Grommash and end the game right away.
Mhm.
Force of Nature's gonna come down here just to free up some mana for later turns. Alright. Masan, are you gonna draw that Grommash? That's what everybody's waiting for. This is like the final turn to do it, right?
It's probably like a 1 out of 4 right now. Oh, there it is, Grommash.
Ouch. Oh, that sucks.
6-0 is gonna be
Sigh of
so
relief.
salty.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there were a lot of cards drawn, so. Well, so ends the Druid versus Warrior. A bit more exciting than we would have previously thought.
Yeah, it looked
was
like
an
the game was
exciting-
just gonna snowball because 6-0 just drew so badly after his first wild growth. But Masan also drew badly, so it kind of was like an even game almost. But yeah,
Oh,
that
man.
top deck.
That's hot deck. So yeah, Masan does take it 3-1 against 6-0 there. If we have a look at the brackets right now, we see that Masan is gonna advance to face against Gara in the winners bracket, of course. The winner will advance to tomorrow, which is gonna be the playoffs. Kalento 6-0 not out though. They have another chance in the losers bracket over at the right side there. And the winner of that will be facing the loser of the next match that's coming up. Gara versus Masan, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after 3.5 minutes.
Hey, are you curious? How long does it take to buy a video game? And the answer is less than 20 seconds if you use G2A.com. Watch. Google the game you want. Follow the link. Express checkout. Fast payment. And done. Now, all you have to do is check your email and play. G2A.com. Over 600 products, 24/7 support, and no registration required. Visit now.
And welcome back, guys, from two exciting series we just watched. If you missed the two matches that were shown previously, I recommend you go back and watch the VODs because those were some crazy games. Have a look back at the bracket really quickly now. We're going to have, once again, Gara versus Masan in the winner's bracket right now. And yeah, winner will be guaranteed third place, $750, and, you know, third place in the playoffs, at least, which is going to be awesome. So we're going to jump right into the game as soon as we have those loaded. And yeah, there you go. So once again, Masan is bringing the match, the class makeup that we just saw. And Gar over there, yeah, his Shaman is looking really, really good there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shaman definitely was the MVP of the first match where he 3-0'd Kalenta with it. So it might be doing some work in this match as well. Like, most people would say that it's favored against Druid, favored against Warrior, and maybe even favored against Hunter. So definitely looking to be possibly an MVP deck right now.
Yeah, I mean, Gar is cooking up some secret recipe with the double antique, double bomb lobber, double gnomish, you know, stuff, weird stuff that you don't see every day, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, first game is going to be Gar's Warrior versus Masan's Hunter. I think it's a pretty good first pick by Gar here. Masan is thinking about the coup if he wants to, you know, coup at the Warrior. But still, I mean, there's still a good chance for Hunter to actually beat the Hunter, right? If you have, like, the Hunter to beat the Warrior, I mean. You have a good board presence, and then you play Savannah Jaime on 6. It's pretty much a win.
I actually like this matchup a lot more after Undertaker was nerfed, because when Undertaker was available, it used to be that you either drew the Fire War Axe or you didn't, and that just swung the game around so much. Now the draws are relatively more stable. You can not draw the Fire War Axe, and you can still have a good game. You can draw the Fire War Axe, and you can still have a very good chance to lose.
Oh, that's a very good observation, I'd say. Animal Companion going to come down here, and oh, that's a pretty fat bear in the way of Gar right now.
That's not probably actually, like, that
the worst one for Gar.
Yeah, that's probably the best one for Masan.
Yeah. Kind of looking from Gar's perspective right now. And, well, it doesn't feel good to attack right now. You're kind of giving the bear Wind Fury, right? So, ooh, does it anyways.
Yeah, I guess he's looking to do more damage to it if something like a Eagle Horde bow came.
Oh my god, it's the March of the Mishis.
Yeah, 2 Mishas back to back. But fortunately, like, Gara can deal with this one.
Yep, that's true.
That spite's gonna come down.
The plural of Misha is Mishi.
Alright, thanks. Today I learned. Fortunately, not only does Death Spite kill the Misha, it also denies the Sludge Belcher turn, which would have been, like, slightly better on curve.
Right. Well, there you go. Belcher's gonna come down here. The Whirlwind effect is not gonna clean off anything. Just anything, really. And now this is turn 6, and you know what that means. It's
I guess it's
a Raptor and Kill Command turn, right?
yeah, that's every hunter's dream, turn 6, right?
I did not expect that. I mean, I guess you kind of preserve the Houndmaster like this. Which is interesting. Yeah. But man, another turn for... You're giving the Warrior breathing room as well, right?
Oh, this is a very difficult turn. Gara can either Shield Maiden, but then he loses the effect with the Shield Slam for next turn. Or he can fire War Axe, but what does that do? Okay.
Alright.
This is nice, I guess.
Gar's just gonna kill it off, right?
But
no
now-
Savannah turn 6.
Yeah, but now the high main can come down, and Gar is like, oh, what do I do against high main? I don't know. Maybe just die.
Yeah, maybe just die. Man, Gar, look at his face. It's just that's oh, is that something? No.
It's something. Well, Amaz, I remember you had like a high main rule. Can you tell me what that high main rule was?
Yeah, if you drop a high main in empty board and you hit the face of it next turn, you just win the game like immediately. Right? It might as well be printed infinite damage because that's basically what it is. That's the high
Yes.
main rule.
Amaz math. 6
Amaz math.
equals infinity.
6
You heard
is
it here first.
infinity. Yeah. All right. Oh man. Oh, this is gonna be so gross if the juggle hits.
Yeah.
Actually, even if the juggle misses, it's gonna still be so gross. Looking at Masan's head shake, it's probably gonna miss. Spoiler alert.
That's fine though.
It's fine.
It's still like 6 damage to face. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I guess that's it for Gara. That's it.
Don't really see much he can do right now.
High main is too good.
He can not die on board. But
What? He can knock down board? Really? What? How?
like if he clears everything, he goes back up to 12,
Oh, sure. Okay.
12 armor or 12 health essentially. And there's only 9 so 9 minions worth of stuff on board plus the hero power, which is 11. So he has to hope like Masan doesn't have any damage and he doesn't have any minions to combo the knife juggler with, I guess.
No. I mean, you can spellbreaker the Belcher, right?
Yeah.
And then kill it, and then axe the
Oh yeah, that works too.
knife juggler instead. But man, this is just so painful. The high main rule is already established. Like, how about you establish the rule again? Oh gosh. Yeah, this might be too much for Gar to deal with.
Yeah, so now the high main rule is doubled. Basically, the high main got to attack
To
2
attack.
times.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Hunter doing
Ugh.
that work.
The click sound, man. It's always really scary.
Yeah, so
Yeah. Well, shield block is a glimmer of hope. I know. That's all Gar's just gonna get. It's just a glimmer. And that's it.
and Gara chooses death.
Mhm.
You know, I
Not really a choice there. I mean, you're probably gonna die anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, so
right.
now as a counter pick to Warrior, or rather to Hunter, I'm really
Hunter?
excited to see the Shaman. But then again, like I just want to see the Shaman anyway, so no matter
Uh-huh.
what Sam was playing, I would have picked the Shaman.
Wait, actually, isn't Shaman just good against all of Masan's matchups right now? Except for Rogue, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I
So-
would say everything except for Rogue.
Yeah, so kill the Shaman, kill everything, and just coup out the Rogue.
So, but as Masan, do you actually coup the Shaman? If Scar does pick that Shaman?
Ooh, that could be very smart. Yeah, actually, if Masan actually coups out the Shaman, I think it's a one-way ticket to the playoffs. Really?
Yeah. It's a really forward-thinking coup too, because Shaman isn't really that threatening. Just judging by from the community perspective of Shaman,
Right.
pretty much everyone ranks Shaman as one of the worst classes, along with Priest. So maybe he's thinking, oh, this is not that good. I
Not a
might,
big deal, right?
yeah, not a big deal. It's actually, but then again, Masan, he's somewhat in tune with the Asian scene, and in the Asian scene, Shaman is actually regarded as one of the strongest classes. In the Asian scene, Shaman, in Korean tournaments, in Chinese tournaments, you see Shaman commonly brought in every single match.
Well, here you go. It's gonna be the Shaman, and once again, if Masan wants to use the coup, he has to use it before confirming the mulligan. So if we see a card switch here, then he's actually gonna play the match. I think Gar's just gonna actually wait out and actually he actually might play some mind games here and coup at the last moment, and then Masan's gonna go like, I don't want to coup, Hunter for the Shaman. It's just crazy. Oh.
Oh,
Oh, Interesting. I mean, if you're running 2 heal bots, wouldn't this matchup be really good?
Well, it might be, but then again, Gara isn't running those zombie chows, which are a pretty important part of when you're facing against Shaman. You want to deny those haunted creepers, deny those web spinners. So I don't know. Might be a reason for Shaman not wanting, or for Gara not wanting to play that matchup.
Oh, that's something we didn't expect at first. So now Masan is gonna probably queue Rogue here. The other classes just don't seem right. They just don't seem right.
Yeah.
And it's might be looking pretty bad. Oh wait, whoa! Is there a Kappa face in Gar's camp?
Oh,
you see
man.
that? You see the Kappa? Oh,
Yeah, I see the Kappa.
Oh, it's the Kappa. All right.
Chat's gonna get spammed now.
Yeah, of course. So now, of course, Masan is gonna run the rogue, but look at that. Power Mace for Gara. It's gonna help clean the SI agents and Farseers really, really well. It's gonna be nice.
Right. Gar will play this. I half expected Gar to coup this rogue. He has a coup left, right?
Right. Yeah, no, Gar has no coup left. He coup the
Gar
hunter,
has
right? But Masan has one.
Yes.
But rogue versus Shaman, of course you want to play that. Ooh, pesky 1-1.
Yeah, the 1-1 is actually pretty good against Shaman because combined with the hero power, it can kill off any totems.
So wow, actually gets Gar to soak a charge of his power mace there.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad for Gar, even though he uses 3-attack weapon to kill a 1-1 because it sets up the Harvest Golem next turn. If Masan plays like a Earthring Farseer and SI Agent empty on the board, then it would have been really good for Gar.
That's true. So now Gar can actually hit the face here to kind of chain into a part of the Mark of the Wild, rather. But nope, decides to save it to get more value out of it. Oh, another dead card for Masan. For now.
All right, Masan actually values going for face rather than damaging the totem. It's an interesting play.
Ooh, Neptulon. Neptulon. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know what it is? It's the Azure Drake plus Prep Fan of Knives, which can pretty much clear anything if he wants to, or any of the totems. So that's why he went for face. Does Gara consider that though?
It's so hard to see that, right? I mean, there's a lot of reasons that rogues just attack your face, just to like kill you off if they have like a lot of burst damage, like Masan also has right now. Right? There's a lot of like empowering the weapon and just going in. Now Violet Teacher would have been nice last turn. Masan is thinking about, you know, clearing this Harvest Golem because it is starting to get buffed up, right?
And he can actually get a lot of 1/1 tokens on the board right now with Prep Fan of Knives. That's 3 spells used and 3 1/1 tokens.
Yeah, but the attack to the face is going to cost him a little bit here. The spell power remains on the board. Not that it matters too much, but I mean, it's still a minion that to kill sometime.
Oh, this.
Oh man, this turn sucks. Oh, this turn is pretty gross. You could Lightning Storm and play the Flame Tongue, but I mean to save the Power Mace, right? It's like you've been holding that for so much, but then your opponent has a 3-attack weapon, so you're playing right into that, and that just sucks.
I think this turn shows one of the weaknesses of Shaman post GVG in that they can't really deal that well with a lot of 1/1 tokens. It's not only against Rogue with the Violet Teacher tokens, but also against Paladin with Muster for Battle. If a Paladin musters for battle on turn 3, and he has the coin, you're really threatened by the Quartermaster, but you can't really Lightning Storm it because you feel so bad about Lightning Storming 3/1/1 tokens, right?
Yeah, you do feel bad. Oh, I guess that's isn't that a little bit of a misplay? You should have sacrificed the Taunt Totem first, roll the totems to get a bigger chance of that, but...
Yeah. Totem was definitely the best totem in that scenario. I definitely would have preferred it over this healing totem.
Alright, but I guess Masan did draw the backstep, and now backstep can be used on something else instead. So now Dr. Broom is most likely gonna prop down here. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Boom is definitely a more of a tempo play than Neptulon. You don't really want to play essentially a 10 mana 7/7 creature and just get it like sapped or something, right?
Yeah, but is this lethal? This is so much. Oh wait, no. He doesn't have the poison, so yeah. Does not have the poison.
I'm looking at Gar's HP is like 25 HP, and you're like, oh my god, is it lethal already? I'm like, wait, am I missing something?
And it looks
But yeah,
like
this is a lot of damage though.
it just looks like a lot of damage all the time.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing with Rogue. You just can do a lot of damage all the time.
Oh, the snipe!
Sniper Renoed.
Oh wow! Massage just going in. Oh, Healbot's gonna have something to say about that. Did you hear the popo just now? By the way.
Yeah, popos are coming. Yeah, if you heal bot, you can't really do anything for the rest of your turn though. Ooh, taunt totem, that's huge.
Taunt totem is really good too. All right. Poison. Man, without the heal bot, Masai would have lost it. I mean, Gar would have lost it, but instead Masai's gonna sprint here. One of the most insane cards, actually. Oh man.
Sprint.
Sprint into sprint. Sprint just doesn't feel like a 7 mana card, to be honest. Like, it feels like it should be a faster card.
He actually gets an Eviscerate right now, but okay, so his game plan right now is still to go for face. So he has a Deadly Poison, he has a Blade Flurry, he has an Eviscerate, but I don't think that's enough. He needs to draw into something else.
I mean, Gar wants to end the game in the turn after this one, so it's just gonna try and set up for the most amount of damage possible. I mean, Neptulon is not the worst play, right? I mean, you're probably gonna get a charged Murloc.
Okay. Fair enough. I think you do want to fit in the Flame Tongue too.
Right.
Just to get more damage in.
Yeah, so Neptulon on the right side, and then play... Oh, it's maybe something different.
Okay, this
does threaten lethal. There's just a lot of plays getting like threaten lethal next turn, but a little bit weak to Poison Flurry. And
is that it?
I just can't tell. Like,
judging by how fast he's playing it,
I don't think so though. I don't see it. No, he's one mana off lethal. Not quite, right? 3 plus 5 plus 4 is 12. No, that's not. No. Even if he has 1 mana, he can't do it. So it's just gonna flurry here, right?
Yeah, it's still a pretty good play though.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have preferred Neptulon there, I guess. Doesn't really die. I guess you're afraid of Sap, right? Sap is the card that you're afraid of. That we didn't account for.
I think he has to. He's considering, I guess, whether he wants to Azure Drake first before the Blade Flurry to get that 1 more damage off. It's all about, like, do you Azure Drake first to see what card you can get, or do you wait for the Shredders to die first?
Oh yeah, things that die can be really awkward. No, he just wants the issue dude right now. He's gonna flurry and see what comes out first.
Not good. Oh
No, it was the other way around. He would have got a dagger.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, but now Rogue has board control again, and we're seeing the same problem. Gar's gonna have a really hard time dealing with these 1/1s.
I mean, how do you deal with these 1/1s? You just have to like Fire Elemental 1. You have the Rock Biter with the 2/2 to kill the Violet Teacher there. You Earth Shock 1 and you Totem up. I guess that's like the best move, right? It's probably the best.
I think actually Masan missed a token last turn. Like he could have Violet Teachered and Deadly Poison instead. So now that, I hope that doesn't end up mattering, but this might be a situation where that 1/1/1 token can actually mean the difference.
Whoa. Does Gar win right now? 4, 7, 7. Oh no, oh my god, he's actually 1 damage. Wow, actually Gar has nearly won the game already. Oh my god. I didn't even see that.
He has 10 damage right now.
Oh god. Alright, so now what do you do?
If only you could Earth Shock face.
No. Oh, if only the Earth Shock was a Frost Shock, right?
Yeah, yeah. Gara, you're not that good at deck building, I have to say.
Oh.
You should have put Frost Shock in this deck, right? Instead of that Earth Shock.
Alright, well, Earthshock it is. It's gonna kill a dude, most likely. I mean, you're not gonna Earthshock anything else at this point of the game. Oh, that's a good one. Taunt Totem is always welcome.
Yeah, Gar's been getting a lot of these lucky Taunt Totems lately. But Farseer, I don't think Farseer is that good, especially because you have another Farseer already in hand.
Oh man, 7 mana sprint and not develop the board?
Yeah, I definitely like the Azure Drake better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, not quite. Just gonna heal himself. So if Gar draws something like an Alakir, that's a win.
Mm.
What would it be? What could it be? Yeah. Oh.
That's not it.
That's not it. So what do you want to do here? Neptulon to hope for a the 2 mana charge?
Unfortunately, even if you get the 2 mana charge, you need like you kind of want to taunt, I feel. And I feel like you want a Gnomish Inventor just to draw more cards.
Okay.
To potentially get something like if he runs Defender of Argus or if he runs anything that can give him a taunt right now. Or even like
Anti-Killbot would be good.
Yeah, another anti-Keelbot.
Oh, the same one.
That's probably the worst draw. 2 Skittles in his hand right now.
2 Skittles. And no Taunt Totem anymore. I think that's it. I think Masana's gonna take it. Double Skittles.
Yeah,
So, 5. Yeah, it's lethal. Alright. Well, yeah, Masan takes it with the Rogue. It's gonna go up to 2-0, and the Shaman. Like you said, it might be just a miscrew, right? I think the Shaman versus the Hunter is actually not a bad matchup, especially if you're running, that kind of deck. Gar already did it once. He already won a Shaman versus Hunter game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a shame. I wanted
too
to.
bad. Yeah, Basan's gonna be going into this tournament in dominating fashion, just 1 game away from going into the winners bracket grand finals, right?
Yeah, Masan actually started with 2 losses, right, against Kalento, and
Yeah,
he just won 4 games straight. So 4-0 Masan.
Well, no, it was Gara that started with 2 losses against Kalento.
Oh yeah, Masan played against 6 though. Oh, but then
Yeah.
Masan got 3 too. Okay. I got a little bit messed up there. But yeah, right now Masan can also choose what he wants to play against, the Druid or the Mage. And it's just looking really good for him.
Yeah, both decks are, I guess, somewhat alright against the Rogue. The funny thing is, like, when you talk about the Mage, or at least the Mech Mage versus Rogue matchup, depending on who you ask, players give you a different perspective on how favored each side is. If you ask like a normal player, they'll say Mech Mage is really favored. But if you ask any of those like dedicated Rogue players, like Hyped or Dogged or Super JJ, they'll say that like no, Rogue beats Mech Mage handedly. So maybe like these players know something that we don't, right?
Yeah, you can say that. But the question is if Masan actually is going to choose to play that matchup or not. Might depend on his starting hand because once again, Rogue with the coin is still pretty insane. Like not as insane as before with the Gedzan, but still pretty good. You still want to do that.
Mm.
All right. Well, Gar is deciding which deck he wants to pick here. What?
Does it matter too much because Masan can just coup it right away? I think right now it's Masan that gets to choose which deck do I want to face off against. Which deck does the rest of my lineup have the best chance against? And that's just such a huge advantage with the system right now.
All right. So isn't it better if Gar chooses a deck that lets face off against the other matchups a bit better? I'm not really sure. Yeah, it's just really bad for our Gar.
Yeah, Gar just needs something that can sweep right now, I guess.
Yep. And yep, Masan's just gonna say no to the Druid because I mean Druid have the Shen. Oh wow, Cairn. Aww. I don't see that match.
Yeah, I think Gar is like the one player that uses Cairn in decks these days. I think Faramir used it in one of his decks yesterday, but Gar consistently uses Cairn. In the ESL series, for example, he used Cairn in his mage deck, whereas other people they probably would have played the piloted Sky Golem. So Kara just wants more of like the consistency, more of the stickiness, and more health on his 6th drop, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things about Sky Golem is that it does clear Belchers, right? I mean, Karen doesn't kill Belcher. Karen doesn't kill the Shield Maiden, so that's why people have graduated more like from that card to Sky Golem instead. But yeah, I can see a reason why you want to play Karen. Just like if you get super unlucky with Sky Golem Bros, like you get a summoning portal every single time. That's never good. So yeah, just a bit more consistency.
Yeah,
But-
generally just a more consistent card. So we're gonna end off with Mech Mage against Rogue, and again, this is Mech Mage. We have an opportunity for more spare parts.
Oh, that's right, guys. If you haven't entered the contest yet, make sure you head over to Twitter, not the chat, guys. Go to Twitter, reply with what you think is the last spare part gonna be played today, and hey, you might win a €35 gift card.
Yeah, I want a €35 gift card. It sounds great.
Yeah,
I
but
can
you
buy
guessed
all
no
the
spare
games.
parts, so you're out. You're out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Mad Scientist is going to come down. Inevitably, it's going to spawn a mirror entity, which is not too great against Rogue, especially because we see South Sea Deckhand in Masan's hand. So
Yep,
the
one
South
of
Sea
the best
Deckhand is pretty
weapons.
much, it's going to be able to clear the mirror entity no matter what.
Right, but still, Gar has a Mech Warper start, so that is pretty strong. That's what you want to see. Mech Warper is threatening a Shredder next turn as well.
Oh, that hand from Masan. That's one of the worst hands you can get. No backstab, no SI, no deadly poison, and he has 2 sprints.
Yeah, no preps for the sprints as well, so it's gonna be a little bit awkward. You might have to just, stab something and either dagger up again or Farseer. Farseer is probably the right play here, just to establish some semblance of board. But oh man, it's looking pretty grim for Masan already.
Yeah, at this point, I think you do have to Farseer, but now it's just a question of what do you poke? Oh, wow. South Sea
Nope.
Deckhand.
The Mech Warper is actually too threatening for Masan. It's just gonna wipe that off the battlefield right now. Oh no, it's just gonna click
wow.
that. Yeah, that's just much better. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't even see that.
So he
Damn it.
clears the board now, but at the same time, now he doesn't get an easy opportunity to pop the mirror entity. And we're going to see if that decision goes on to punish him from now on.
Yeah, I mean the mirror entity is actually threatening a lot. With the Violet Teacher, wow, Guard plays a 3-mana Violet Teacher. Well, he didn't even play it. It was a Mad Scientist. So
Yeah.
a 2/2 that Death Rattles into a 3/5 for 2 mana. That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. I would play that card. And now, just an update, we have Time Rewinder as the last spare part that's been used.
Oh man.
So it's nice that we've been changing it every single time. This is the
Yep.
3rd spare part in a row that's been a little different.
But by the way, it's gonna change again because there's a TTT, right? The T3.
Oh, yeah. Is it going to get played this turn, though?
What can you do this turn, to be honest? I guess the funny part about the Time Rewinder with the Violet Teacher is that you can rewind all these 1/1s, and it's gonna be a 0 mana. So you just basically effectively play a Wisp for. Oh wait, no, you don't play a Wisp. It's cost 1 mana to play the Time Rewinder.
So a
Wait, so you summon a
Grimscale,
1 mana 1/1.
yeah, so a Grimscale Oracle.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Well, TTT is gonna come down here. The new one. Oh, back to
Oh.
armor plating. That's the winner now.
I think this Azure Drake is threatening enough that you should probably clear it.
Sure.
There
You
you
can
go.
squeeze in a Clockwork Gnome as well to get another spare part. It's pretty cool. And oh man, I mean, you can't prep sprint here because you need to play minions. So
This guy's toast.
I guess that's a play for the next turn, but prep is usually a good card in this matchup if you can prep something like an Eviscerate, a Blade Flurry, or a Fan of Knives, but now you just have the sprint, so all you can do is prep card draw, which kind of feels bad because you really need the tempo, you really need the board control here.
well, I guess if you prep sprint into a Final Knives, it's not actually that bad. Next turn. The guy has a decision whether to trade like this or not. Okay. Whirling Blades, the new winner.
It's kind of like a reversal. We had Armor Plating, Whirling Blades, Time Rewinder, Armor Plating, Whirling Blades. Is it going to be Time Rewinder next, or are we going to see a different spare part?
Oh man, Monk is reading too much into this. But yeah, well, in Gar's case, he doesn't really care what spare part he wants. He just wants to kill Vasan right now. Well, not like Yeah, just win the game. I mean, yeah, okay.
No.
There we go. First spin is gonna come down here. I think Masan is looking for a choppy or something. Sap is okay. We already sap used in midair. He's got another sap as well. But man, sap is just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, so much damage on board right now, and not only is there a lot of damage, but there's a lot of spare parts for when Antonius will show up. There's a mad scientist on the board, so you'll have to be wary of that. Just so many threats coming out from the mech mage right now.
So okay, so what's the plan here? I mean, the only way you lose right now is the big blade flurry. So you don't want to commit too much to the board. If you do, you want to commit death rattle creatures. So I think Shredder here, plus maybe just like a ping. Plus even the attack spare part is fine. I mean, if you get Antonius, you don't need Antonius on the board to win the game. So I think you push it one more damage.
Yeah, eventually, maybe not this turn, but eventually you can maybe use the Time Rewinder as just a heal for one of your minions. Like, for example, Time Rewindering the Spider Tank at a later date for when you just want to heal it could be an okay play if you don't have any way else to use your mana. But yeah, Masan is down to 5 HP. He has one turn to draw something nice. That's all right, but I don't believe it saves him at all.
It would be a Doomsayer. That's what Masan is going for. The one in like what, 69 or something? Oh
No.
that's not quite.
Actually, like normally this might be a good one, but now that Masan is dead, he has to concede.
The Masan is dead, he has to concede. Very
Yes.
good. That's very good. Okay, so Guard does pick up a game. And of course, both coups were used already. So not only does this mech mage has to go through Druid, which is okay, he has to go through Warrior, and that Warrior is kind of like the final boss of the from Masan's lineup.
Yeah, basically, in order for a guard to win that matchup, he needs cards like a Neutron and Snow Chugger in the beginning to deny the weapons of the warrior. If you can deny those weapons, then you're pretty golden, because warrior typically doesn't have many other plays. Some warriors have begun running piloted shredders or Senjins in their decks, but I don't believe we've seen that from Masan yet.
Not quite. Not quite. So yeah, I think exactly that. But still, I think it's a very good matchup for the warrior. Right? You have like shield maidens, your shield blocks, so many armors up. You have belchers that need to get through. So that's exactly what Masan is going to pick into. Very bad half regard. I think he's just going to kill all these. And over on Masan's side, the Acolyte is pretty tempting, but once again, Firewise is like the main winner of the matchup. He's gonna pick up Whirlwind as well.
Yeah, at this point, it's like Fiery War Axe or bust, because none of your other early minions or creatures can really do much. The Armor Smith is alright. It can kill off some Anoitron Divine Shields. The Cruel Taskmaster doesn't really have much to kill, because none of the Mech Mage minions besides the Clockwork Gnome are 1 HP. So it's not like back when the Hunter was rampant and you had both Leper Gnome and Web Spinner to kill with the Cruel Taskmaster.
Yeah. Well, actually, back in the game here, Gar actually missed the 2-drop. He has to pretty much ping here. And the 3-drop is not looking good either, right? Cogmaster is not a mech, so the TT is not going to get buffed.
Yeah, it's just going to be a regular TT.
All right.
Okay.
Well, interesting.
Yeah, just denying the Fiery War Axe here, I guess.
All right.
Gar,
I mean, to be absolutely honest, I mean, if Masan had a Fire Wars, he would have coined it up, right? I mean, the threat of Neutron is too good, too big to like just not coin it up.
yeah, maybe he just thinks it feels way too bad to ping. But now he has to ping this turn.
Yeah.
And you actually would have preferred probably to Frostbolt on this turn instead of Frostbolting on the last turn, because if you Frostbolted on this turn, he can prevent Death Spite.
Yeah, but well, that's not happening. So
Yeah,
so
unfortunately.
actually, it's a weaponless warrior right now. There's no weapons. All right. Gar's choice of 4 here. He's gonna go with the Shredder because obviously, if I thought the Shredder was well, it does like the War Axe, but then your opponent already told you that he doesn't have a War Axe. So I think I like the Shredder more because the Yeti does die to like a clean shield slam.
Yeah, but I guess Gar thinks that Masan had two turns or two card draws between the last turn and this turn, so it's kind of likely that a War Axe could have been drawn or a Death Spike could have been drawn.
Right.
And okay, so yeah, he goes for this instead.
Yeah, I like this play way more. Oh man, another dead card from Masan here. He's gonna have to Belcher and you know, actually Belcher's not that bad here.
Yeah, what
He
Belcher
only
does.
Yeah.
Belcher does is it kind of forces either a ping or like a frostbolt or a fireball coming out of Gara, and that
Right.
kind of delays the board development. So it's good, but the problem is Masan has no other follow up for his turn 5 play.
Right. Wow, this is actually really awkward for Gara, right? Like if he plays the Tinker Town, right, and attacks and pings it, attacks the Shredder, then he loses the buff on his Cogmasters. But the other option is to kill your Cogmasters.
What to do?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
oh
Yet another option. The other problem is if your piloted shredder dies, like you have to use your Tinkertown condition before the pilot shredder dies, right? But if the pilot shredder dies and out pops out like an explosive sheep or a doomsayer, then you're just gonna be just all sorts of sad.
Ooh, that's a card.
Oh, that's by far the best spare part.
Wow. What a nice spare part there. And reversing switch, guys, is your new winner. Not just for Gara, but for the giveaway.
I think overall, just on a general basis, reversing switch seems like the best spare part that I would want on average, because it's just so useful. Yeah, like as you see, like you just killed a sludge belcher with it. It dealt 2 damage. What other spare part could do 2 damage, right?
That's true. But I mean, there's a lot of I think the freeze one is actually one of the best too. Right? It just stops your opponent from doing stuff. You can also use the freeze for a win. Wow. Masan's just gonna go for the full clear here. And oh, no one likes to see that. I mean, except for maybe a handlock, but no.
Yeah, even though Masan, he didn't draw any weapons early on, because Gara had such a slow start, it's actually looking not too bad for Masan right now.
Right. But hey,
Oh,
where's
and
the
Death
freeze part?
Spite.
Yeah. Death Spite is gonna come down here. It's gonna be pretty brutal. Oh, whoa, no, Shield Maiden instead. So now it's like, I think Mech Mage's window of opportunity to actually kill their opponent is like the first 6 turns for Warrior. And then afterwards, if your opponent stabilizes, then it's just, you just have to rely on shenanigans like Dr. Boom and like Antonitis and stuff like that. Not the worst draw though, that one.
Yeah, Antonitis is really like your comeback card. Like it's if you run out of steam, Antonitis is always the one way that you can actually get back into the game with 2 or 3 fireballs coming from it. Especially like, can you imagine if he got the finicky cloak field, which cloaks Antonitis? Like that would have been just
That would be
huge.
insane. Yeah.
That would have been like,
Oh,
whoa.
the Acolyte top deck is gonna proc the Mirror Entity, so it's pretty good. But oh wow, Masan goes to the Acolyte kill instead. Just wants to deny draw. That is kind of scary.
Yeah, that just means he trades 1 card from his opponent for 4 damage to the face, essentially, I think.
Right, but now is it YOLO time for Gar?
Do you freeze an Acolyte of Pain?
Well, why not?
I think you do, actually.
Yeah. Oh, I would have loved to see that play. Cause like your opponent already used what, 2 shield slimes and 1 execute. So like I guess your Antonitis is not really going anywhere aside from brawl. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of a missed opportunity. But still, Gar is in a pretty good spot right now. Yeah, I guess just because of the Mirror Entity draw. That wow, just in time for Masan. He's pretty happy about that.
Yeah, Gar's looked pretty salty about a few things during this game, so actually no reaction from Gar. He's like, okay, that was expected, I guess.
Right. Oh, well, that's not a bad thing that happened for Gar. Now, if you want to use the Antonitis, you're gonna freeze your own Yeti. Oh, never mind.
Or
Might be a better freeze target.
that was actually like, even though it's so late in the game, that was actually a decent top deck.
Oh, still not using it? What?
He's gonna be a little greedy. He wants
Oh,
2
that is-
spare parts.
Oh, that's too greedy. I don't like it. Oh, that's way too greedy. Oh, that's just. I mean, it's good because the shield slap would have killed it, but. I mean. Oh. I don't know. It just feels super greedy. Oh, but then I guess he gets 3 fireballs for this greed. Okay, so the last one is Rusty Horn. It's gonna be the last one here.
So
Alright,
yeah.
well, seems like the greed paid out for Gar. It's gonna actually coolant this twice, most likely. Yeah, this shield mid is gonna get really, really cold.
Yeah. Double freeze.
I'm afraid.
So does Masan have to YOLO rag now?
That seems like the only option, right? But then if he YOLO rags, he also armors up. So if it misses, then he's dead. But if it hits, he's still alive.
Masan's looking over all his options right now. I guess he can fire Borax and Grom. But yeah, here it is. YOLO rag.
Oh, a chance for Masan to lose. Is he gonna stay in the game? Is he gonna stay in the game? Oh!
Yes!
Oh! The hands up in the air. Oh my god, that just happened, Garface. And now... No, man. That sucks. Wait, no, so...
So now do you
Fireball?
do you throw your fireballs out and hope for another fireball top deck?
Oh, the Masan greetings. Ouch.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
I think you do just throw the fireballs, yo. Right? If your opponent has Alex Charizard, you're gonna lose anyways. Alright, well, Gar is all in, so now Masan, he needs some kind of health gain or he's dead. Is it gonna happen? Oh!
Yes!
Oh! Oh! What is this? Oh, Masan. Oh, jeez. That is just so gross.
Well, now Gar is relying on quite a few top decks. Is
Like,
it just
what?
like
He used the Frostbolt already.
so
right?
he hasn't used any fireballs that are naturally in his deck, right?
No, he used one already. Oh,
Used
no,
one,
he
so-
hasn't. You're right, you're right. So 2 fireballs, 1 Frostbolt, and oh.
No.
You can use the YOLO Blast Mage. That's a win. That's lethal.
Oh man.
Right? Like if I was in Gar's position, I would do it immediately. It's a confidence, you know? Come on, confidence.
All right, so he needs to get 3 hits off this YOLO Blast Mage.
Not too hard.
It probably comes down to like a 5 or 2 or 5% or something. Oh my god! He was so close. You know what? The thing is, like, the first 2 hits actually went to face. So Gar was like, oh my god, I might do it. But then he died.
That is so sad. Gar was so excited. Oh man, I feel so bad for him. Oh man. Oh jeez.
And now Masan moves on to day 2.
Oh well, Gar's not out yet. I guess. Right? Gar it drops out to the losers bracket, and he's gonna face against the winner of Calento versus Sixo. But congratulations to Masan. You know, doing pretty well this tournament, I have to say. It's getting out fast to the playoffs. And when we come back from the break, Calento versus Sixo is gonna happen. It's gonna be do or die in the losers bracket. So yeah, you don't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this short break. And welcome back today. Welcome, guy. Blah. Oh, that was really bad. Welcome back, guys, to today's Pinnacle 3. That was what I was trying to say. And wow, what exciting games we had just now. Very exciting series. They all culminated into a very exciting final game, each and every one of them. And so we move on to Archon 6-0 versus Cloud9's Kalento in the losers bracket.
Yeah, two of the most accomplished players in the Hearthstone scene right now. Kalento winning so many constructed tournaments, 6-0 qualifying for every single tournament available for him to qualify in. So just kind of like the tournament winner versus the open tournament winner, right?
Yeah, sure. That's the thing. So it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how they match up. I think I'm looking forward to actually see what the 6-0 Hunter, the aggressive Hunter deck, and also seeing Kalento's weird Demon Lock slash early mid game thing. Yeah, those are the two decks I look forward to seeing the most. I mean, Druid, we always know what Druids are playing. Rogues, more or less, they're playing the oil version. So yeah, those are the two decks I want to see.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if 6-0 plays the Face Hunter and Kalento brings his Demon Lock, it's going to be a pretty bad matchup for the Face Hunter because there's those zombie chows and of course Mistress of Pain, like the natural enemy of Face Hunter. A 1/4. Oh wow.
Oh wow, just get it out of there. 6-0 does not want to play the mirror at all. That is very interesting. What do you think about that?
Well, I talked to 6-0 a lot when he played the previous Pinnacles, and he said a lot about what he decided to play and what not to play came from his opening hand. So once we see in that opening hand, he wasn't going second, which Rogue always wants to go, especially in a mirror. He didn't have a really good hand, so just judging based off of that, he might have just wanted to coup the Rogue just by the opening hands alone.
Interesting. So now he gets a second chance to get the coin with the Rogue by using his coup so early. But now Kalento has a little slight advantage there. He knows that it's gonna be a Rogue, so he can adjust accordingly. I guess once again it's the Mech Mage versus Rogue debate, right? I mean, I don't really Druid against Rogue always feels not that good in my opinion. So yeah, I would actually pick Mech Mage here.
Yeah. Again, it really depends on who you ask. What is better, Mech Mage or Rogue, in that particular matchup? And 6-0, of course, he's not a dedicated Rogue player, but he's obviously a very good Rogue player. He's done so well on ladder with every single deck, so you might as well play Rogue and win with Rogue as well.
Yep, and 6-0 is happy now because he has the coin. Not that he's in the coup, but yeah, I guess the way he used his ban worked out pretty well. Cogmaster top deck for Kalento is going to be pretty good for him. And oh, that's a good card.
Does he still play the Mad Scientist instead, though? I just feel like the Mad Scientist is like a stronger card overall. But okay, denying weapons, obviously good against Rogue.
You're buffing the Cogmaster too, right? You're kind of racing the Rogue because once they stabilize, then you can't really do anything else. And of course, 6-0 needs to remove the Snow Chugger immediately, otherwise his face is useless. Well, I mean, you can't tackle his face, right? So, yeah, that's definitely a thing you need to do. So now, when does Kalento play the Mad Scientist? Feels like it's not going to be seeing play anytime soon.
Yeah, it might be a while. If Kalento draws a 2-drop on the next turn, the Mad Scientist might see some play. But otherwise, Kalento's just looking to curve out with the Mechanical Yeti on the next turn.
Turn 3, wow, it's going to actually prep the sap here. It's going to preserve some amount of health, gain a little bit of a tempo lead, and drop the Shade.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. In these kind of matchups, you don't really want to look for value, but you want to look for tempo. And prep actually functions in a lot of different ways in a lot of different matchups. Against control decks, you want to prep Sprint, you want to prep Tinker Sharp Sword in order to kill them. But in these kind of aggro matchups, prepping usually like a Sap or an Eviscerate or a Fan of Knives just for tempo plays is usually the best course of action. So just a very flexible card overall.
Yep, but still, the Cogmaster has already done loads of damage. I think it attacked for like 3 turns straight, so that's 9 damage done already. Wow, 6 was forced to use the poison on pretty much a dull Shiv here, right? Just one durability, and I guess the follow up with Farseer is pretty good. So at least something here.
Yeah, 6-0, even though he's used some of his cards inefficiently, he's regained board control, which is what you need to do here. Because he's regained board control, it's much harder for Kalento to get off good blast mages and to get off good mech warper turns.
Right, but still, the Cogmaster did so much damage already, and now Kalento's holding 2 burn spells. He just needs to find that extra 8 damage from somewhere, and he can win. Probably using the Frostball on the Shade, though. It's pretty gross. Decides to play the Mad Scientist immediately, so that, you know, it does damage out into another creature, right? So, that's pretty good.
Oh, he actually doesn't decide to Whirling Blades, this Mad Scientist. I guess he thinks that there's so many ways for Rogue to deal 2 damage anyway, that there's a strong possibility that your Earthen Ring Farseer isn't going to attack into my Mad Scientist.
Sure.
6-0, really good draw here, actually. South Sea Deckhand, which is kind of like the natural enemy of Mirror Entity.
Sure. And but then Kalento also drew Lothar, one of the stronger cards against the Rogue repertoire. Although the Mech Warper plus the Spider Tank right now seems to be a pretty strong ping because you can pretty strong play because you can ping as well. Oh my god, it's happening.
Yeah, tongue twisters in Hearthstone.
Yeah. All right. They're kind of gonna see some here. That's pretty awesome. You can also stab it, charge with the 2/1, and Farseer yourself. It's
Yeah,
pretty sweet.
pretty good play, but 6-0, as we can see, because he's used his cards for tempo plays in the early game to deal with Mech Mage, he's running out of cards right now. He needs to really draw that sprint, and it's funny we say that because drawing sprint in versus aggro matchups typically not what you want, but in this specific scenario, sprint is probably the best draw in his deck, unless Lothar goes down.
Yeah, Kalento kind of realizes that sprint is the only way that Caesar can come back in the game. So the first instinct was the Lothar, but it's not gonna do that instead. So if 6-0 draws a sprint here, it'll be pretty sweet. Wow, it's just gonna unload.
Yeah,
Not quite.
that's pretty good though.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. Can't say it's bad.
If you're able to clear the board now, your opponent won't have any mechs in his hand, so he won't be able to activate Goblin Blast Mage. So it's going to be really hard for Kalento to get back board control whatsoever. Goblin Blast Mage is the only quote-unquote AoE in the Mage's deck. So if Violet Teacher comes down, there's going to be so many 1/1s that Kalento will have a hard time dealing with.
Okay. So what's the ordering here? Do you see what the Shredder is first?
I guess might as well.
Well, it is a clean kill. Oh, gonna go for the kill on that first. Interesting. Oh, I guess he's just gonna leave the Shredder alive. He doesn't want to risk a bad thing happening.
Yeah, there's the potential for the Shredder to pop out like a Succubus or a Millhouse Mana Storm. So that's like pretty much as if you didn't kill the Shredder at all.
Right. Okay, well, that's not a Goblin Blast Mage for Kalento, so he needs to find another option somewhere. Lothar plus a ping is probably the play here. Chugga just dies. Rolling Blades on the Shredder to kill the Violet Teacher is also a play.
I'm not sure if can you go for the clear though? I guess the Violet Teacher is threatening enough. It just keeps summoning 1/1s. Ooh, that's
a mech.
That's a decent one.
That's pretty good. And now 6-0 needs something. Oh,
that's something.
That's a good something. Oh, it's an Angry Drake as well. And oh, that is good too. Wow. Pretty good draws by 6-0 here. Oh, Drake decides to fly down now. Yeah. Oh, good draw by Kalento too.
Yeah, definitely the best draw in his deck right now. Dr. Boom not only is just the strong minion with strong boom bots, but Rogue, as I've said multiple times, they can't deal with it because if you sap Dr. Boom, it just comes back, summons even more boom bots. Sap is essentially, give your opponent more boom bots.
Right. But hey, prep sprint, you might find something good. It's only 4 mana. You apply choppy, you can actually clear the board here. So let's see what we're gonna get here from 6-0.
No.
Not the most exciting draws. Well, look at this. You could actually Thanos fan, not quite. No.
Thalnos. It's 6-0 also has to keep in mind that he's already used both preparations in his deck already, so he can't rely on top decking either of those. He's got 5 mana to work with, and that's all he's ever gonna get.
So the other problem with fanning first is that the boom boss might just snipe the 3/2.
Mhm.
So
You could do this. Oh, he's actually gonna use the fan here. Okay. He's gonna tank some damage with the Thalnos, maybe.
yeah.
The other-
Oh, that hurts. And now Kalento's gonna drop everything and just say deal with this. Oh, just gonna ping instead and hold the chugga.
Yeah, I guess might as well get that 1 damage in.
Oh man. Wait, can Sixo actually clear the board here? 4.
4.
I mean, yes. I think yeah, I can. So
Yeah, he
backstab
can.
inside the Antonitis, oil it, and then just flurry. Yeah. I think he still has 1 dagger charge left.
Yeah, now Kalento just has to draw dead for the next few turns, and he's pretty golden.
Mm-hmm. No, very smart Kalento not using the choker too. I would have just played it. So Kalento's top decking. Oh. Not the worst.
I mean, you obviously prefer Fireball, right? But
Yes.
yeah, it's not the worst.
Alright. Oh, Sixo is on a 5-turn clock. It's ticking down.
Yeah, just fan here.
Sure. Oh, wait. Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess you go YOLO now, right?
Yeah, you have to race now. Like, if Kalento doesn't draw anything in the next turn, then there's a very strong possibility that 6-0 wins. 6-0, like, Kalento will have to trade into the SI agent.
Yep. But
Yeah.
Kalento just needs 1 damage. Whoa, is Sixo actually thinking about trading here? It plays around Blast Mage. For
Oh,
sure,
that's true.
right? Alright. And then play around Blast Mage, but doesn't play around Norutron, and
Oh,
it.
I guess it didn't matter.
There's the Frostbolt. Boom.
Wow. That's actually, like, one of the... There's been so many, like, top decks to win this tournament, or to win matches in this tournament so far. That Frostbolt, oh my.
There's also been a lot of top decks that didn't do anything too, right? Remember the what was it? The Warrior versus Druid?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Top decks that didn't matter for like 5 turns straight for both players. It was just a battle of armoring and hero powering every single turn.
Right. So Kalento is up 1-0. Also has a coup available. So the Mech Mage is either going to fix against Druid, which is pretty good, Hunter, which is not that good, and Paladin, which is kind of even, I guess. So I would expect to see like a... Well, the Hunter is actually a pretty high priority pick, right? It's good against most of Kalento's lineups. So what would you pick here?
Actually, I don't believe... The Hunter is probably good against the Druid. I'm not sure about Kalento's versus Kalento's Mage, but... like, it all depends if Anoatron is drawn, right? Like, Anoatron is that one card that denies Face Hunter.
That's true.
So... Okay, so it's going to be Paladin against Mech Mage. And we can see in Kalento's opening hand, Noatron is there. So if 6-0 had queued up Face Hunter, then he would have been in a world of hurt.
That's true. But hey, 6-0 has a Cog Hammer. So that's... Oh! Denied.
Okay. I think the Paladin was a good coup from Kalento, because the Paladin also would have done decently against the Druid, and it would have been done pretty well against the Demon Lock, I'd say. Paladin, it used to be known as a deck that was really good against Handlock, and for the same reasons, I think it's good against Demon Lock as well. Just that equality, board clear, just a lot of ways to deal with the irritating things that Demon Lock has.
True. But also they have a lot of like what's that called? A lot of Death Rattle minions with the eggs and the spiders and whatnot. But yeah, just get it out of the way, I guess. It's just better. I mean, druids and hunters, they have a very hard time dealing with those. But that's for when Kalento loses the Mech Mage. And yeah, so it's looking it's gonna be pretty hard using the druid to beat the Mech Mage and using the Face Hunter to beat the Mech Mage too. So we'll see if that's gonna work out.
You know, believe it or not, I'm actually pretty excited to see this Face Hunter. Like, it sounds crazy to say, but we haven't seen Face Hunter a lot in tournaments these days.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's
we
just
have.
it's just kind of like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I think the last time anybody played the Face Hunter was Chalky.
Yeah,
So,
Chalky
yeah.
played it in ESL. Actually, Kalento played it recently in the Heroes of Cards tournament over this weekend. He actually
that's
won with
pretty
it. He actually got in a game where it was a tie. It became a tie, the first ever tie in Hearthstone history, because he was playing Face Hunter and his opponent was playing Paladin, and his opponent like knew he couldn't win, so he had to take like a 50-50, in which he set off his opponent's explosive trap, but the Doctor Boom bots killed his opponent, so it was ended up as a tie.
That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. All right. Well, that's probably not gonna happen in this match. Oh, actually, it might. Never mind. It might happen
Yeah.
in this match, actually, to be honest. So
Yeah, there is Doctor Boom and there are explosive traps, so maybe we'll see a repeat.
All right. So Kalento here at turn 2. Not the most exciting turn. So I think this is a good play just to check what kind of hunter this is. And I mean, even if it's an explosive trap, you want to proc it as soon as possible. You don't want to buff a bow or something like that. So pretty good frostbolt there. But because of the mad scientist, Sixo is now in charge of the tempo lead. Kalento is playing from behind.
Yeah, they came from behind, and Kalento has a turn 3 play, but it's probably not the turn 3 play he wants. Oh, he's actually gonna coin a fireball. Like, if you just play the Spider Tank, it trades so cleanly, or the Misha trades so cleanly into it. So, coin fireball will be the play.
All right, back to Sixo. Probably just like a 2-drop in hero power. This will drop better.
Oh, or
That is better. Nice. There's the juggle for you. Frostbolt and Fireball was burned already, so I don't see how Kalento can actually clear this board if he can actually choose the cards in his deck.
this is pretty good though. Mech Warper into Spider Tank,
It's pretty decent.
and the problem is that Sixo already has the unleash the hounds in his hand already. So yeah, he can use that right now to deal even more damage.
Yeah, once again, the only AoE that a mage runs is the blast mage.
All right, so this play is going to be a little risky if he chooses to pop the spider. I'm not sure if popping the spider is correct here, because if he pops the spider, then the blast mage might come down next turn and might just like.
But if he
swing
doesn't
again.
pop it, then the blast it's gonna be annoying too. I think popping it is fine.
Okay,
but
yeah,
he just looks at two
this
hands.
is probably the best because not only does it it basically clears the board and also denies the blast mage.
Wow. I haven't seen a worse Lothar in my entire life.
Yeah, like what spells
Lothar
does Hunter
sucks.
run?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't run that card. It's terrible.
Ooh, I guess you buff the Wolf Rider here, or do you go for? Actually, you can actually go for face here. There's no
Yeah.
blast mage opportunities in here, so yeah. So actually,
not?
gonna buff the spider, gonna kind of like what's it called? Just spread out his minions in case the knife hits. He has more options, but this is just so much damage. Kalento is down to 5, and don't think that he has anything to save him here. No, Monk. There's no
Annoyotron.
So, yeah, so Kalento's gonna explode, and 6-0 wins the game. With the Face Hunter.
Yeah, Face Hunter prevails. Cancer beats cancer. And I think the very obvious obvious pick from Kalento will be that Demon Lock, and we're gonna see if Kalento draws those Mistresses of Pain and Zombie Chows, which I think are gonna do very well against 6-0. 6-0, if he had the coup still available, he would have definitely couped that, I feel. But right now he's gonna have to play this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all right. It just depends on what draws the Hunter has. But then there are just so many tools for Kalento's Warlock to deal with this kind of aggressive Hunter. There's anti-kill bots. There's also the Nerubian eggs. So that if Sixo does put a explosive trap, that's basically a 2-mana 4/4. But wow, this is actually not a bad hand for Sixo. Not the worst. A 2-drop would be perfect.
Not completely terrible for Kalento either. I believe his deck runs something like 2 Zombie Chows, 2 Haunted Creepers, and 2 Mistresses of Pain. So he could do a little better though.
All right. Kalento's probably just gonna drop this Abusive Sergeant as a 2-1.
Why not?
Now for Sixos, yeah, just the Leopard Gnome is. Oh, Leroy is
Well-
actually in his deck.
Leroy Jenkins. It's a card haven't seen in a very long time.
Very long time.
Well, actually, Reynad actually tried to play it once in Miracle Rogue. He was like, "Hey, why don't I just play Miracle Rogue with the exact same list as before in the Invitational tournament?" And then he unfortunately lost every single game.
Every single game.
Yeah, because like 6-mana Auctioneer, 5-mana Leroy. It's just not the same anymore.
Right. Well, Creeper is a pretty good draw here. Otherwise, it could have been pretty awkward. The Implosion is drawn, but not really doing too much. I guess you can actually play the BGH as just a body, right?
There are probably no 7-mana or 7 attack minions in 6-0's deck. No, like, Dr. Booms, right?
No, but the only way to use the BGH correctly is probably on the Glazuka Leroy. But by that time, you're probably dead.
Yeah.
So yeah, no.
Glaive, Zuka, Leroy. Wow, that's great thinking, actually. I would not have thought of that.
Alright, is this gonna go for face? No. Argus is always threat. So yeah. Well, Kalento only has kind of one choice here. I'm pretty much gonna see that on a 2-1. Gonna use this Skittles to probably proc the other 2-1 just to reduce the amount of damage on the board. Don't see him doing anything else.
6-0 Plosion, right?
6 Implosion?
Oh!
It really is. Now, where is that unleash? Oh,
Well,
what?
you're a wizard.
Yeah, you're a good wizard too. I guess yeah, we're pretty good at this game, right? Oh, whoa! Are you greedy, Monk? Are you greedy?
Huh.
Is it time for greed?
No.
Is it greedy time, Monk?
Wow.
Just double the attack.
Okay. So this the problem here is now that Kalento will probably trade all of this into
Oh yeah.
into this Misha.
Oh, what a card! What a card! Now that is a good card.
Yeah, that's a greater card indeed.
Actually, for Kalento might not. Hey, Kalento might think it's an insane card here, but maybe it's better for Sixo that the Wolf is actually played.
Yeah,
So there's more
more
stuff to unleash.
yeah, more 1/1s will survive. Does Kalento like read into this Unleash the Hounds? Oh, you actually trade everything?
Whoa!
That's actually pretty amazing. And now like the
That
greed didn't
would be
pay
a-
off.
That's a Kalento play, I guess. So does Sixo go for the double juggle here? Could work out. You could also just throw it to the face, right?
yeah, you could just bow at the go to face and hero power.
Okay.
That doesn't sound too bad. But yeah, Face Hunter, he's has his opponent down to 28 HP on turn 5. How is that possible?
That's right.
Yeah, that just shows you what a good deck this is that Kalento has to counter Face Hunter. And he didn't even draw like the nuts. He didn't draw the Zombie Chows. He didn't draw the Mistresses of Pain. But still looks like it's good enough.
Oh, the
Ooh.
juggles are gonna not work.
That was close though.
Close is not enough. It either works or doesn't.
Shadow Flame.
Yeah. Well, so Vanis is gonna drop down here. Kalento is still at 26 health against a Face Hunter. So guys, if you are facing too many Face Hunters in ladder, play Kalento's deck. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, Demon Lock, very good. Like actually like I think Silent Storm's deck might be even better because his version of Demon Lock runs Void Walkers instead of Zombie Chows.
Right.
Right.
No, maybe
And Void-
it's actually pretty close, right? Because Zombie Chow I think is better against Face Hunter.
It deals with Haunted Creeper better, but besides that, like I don't think the 2 attack is as relevant, right? Because everything in the face or most things in the Face Hunter deck have 1 HP.
Yeah, I guess. Ooh, that's a card.
It's definitely a
But-
card.
See, the problem right now is that Kalenta has Argus. So maybe Leroy is the best play. Oh, actually, Sixer sees it. Wow. Must have played this deck a lot to actually know. So now
Well,
he has to use the bow as well because of Argus.
This is actually the deck
Nice.
that Sixo got to Legend with this season. Like
Oh, wow.
he streams his Legend runs at the beginning of every season, and this is the deck he played. He played Phase Hunter all the way to Legend, and so he definitely has a lot of experience with this deck.
Yeah. Well, oh wait, actually, is this lethal for? No, it's not. No. I thought it was lethal for Kalento.
Wait,
Not
no,
quite.
it. Well, I think Sixo just wins now.
I think Sister just won with that play. That was
Yeah.
actually really smart. I don't think a lot of face hunters would have did that instead.
Yeah, they would have done like the way more conservative play, I guess.
All right.
So Kalento he needs to tap right now. Tap into like an antique heal bot, essentially.
That's the only way he can live. Does he do it though?
Whoa, what's this play?
He's gonna Shadow Flame the owl, I guess. Right? Shadow Flame the owl. So why would you?
Wait, that can't be right though. Oh, I see.
Okay, just play owl as a 2/1.
Okay, yeah. Like if you Shadow Flame the Owl, you can't Argus, and you definitely want to Argus, right?
Alright. I was wondering why. Alright, so yeah, Kalento is gonna push as much damage as he can, but it's not quite gonna do it. KC to the face, and Hero Power is gonna end that. Oh.
Yeah. Wow, Phase Hunter's doing some work right now. This might be a really quick series. We've seen like it's kind of refreshing because a lot of games these days are like really long. Like the shortest games are typically like mech mage games against like druids or something, and they go up to like seven turns at the least. But with Phase Hunter, you're like, okay, you're dead. So it's just in this meta game at least, it's kind of refreshing.
Yeah, and of course now we have the Face Hunter versus Kalento's Druid. Oh man, I don't want to be the Druid in that position.
Yeah. This is one of those scenarios where bringing more of a rampy druid, more of a taunty druid would be so much better. If you can throw like a lot of sludge belchers and senjins into your opponent's face or to protect your own face, it's so much better than throwing piloted shredders and azure drakes, right?
That's true. That's true. Oh man. Well, it's funny because druids only really have like one style right now, right? Like the double combo druid. The ramp druid is not even really really insane. I kind of want people to start bringing in like ancient watcher wailing soul druid back into the mix. That could be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, before the Undertaker was nerfed, there was actually another type of druid, the Undertaker druid that Firebat
gosh.
and Just Saiyan played. That was actually like a pretty fun druid, but unfortunately,
because
Undertaker.
because you have innervate, right? Oh
Yeah.
jeez. What's better than one card that cheats? Two cards that cheats.
Yeah. Undertaker Innervate. Oh, I shudder to think of that.
Sixo keeps the abusive just for a turn 1 play.
But yeah, Kalento has really good starting hand though. Swipes, Wild Growth, Innervate.
You think that's a good hand? I actually think that's not a good hand.
Well,
Oh
now
no,
it's
it's a
very
good
good.
hand now. Zombie
Yeah.
Chow is actually insane. Because like, if you swipe a minion, you're basically not developing the board, and you're killing something that already dealt damage, right? So I don't actually think it's good to have swipes too good.
Yeah, two swipes maybe not the best, but one swipe is kind of just an insurance measure.
Sure. Like something like a Belcher or like a Druid Claw even. That I would consider that a better hand.
Yeah, fair enough.
So now Sixto has a choice of 2. He also has Shredders in his aggro hunter.
Yeah, I guess Shredder is just such a good card that you just throw it in every deck, kind of like Dr. Boom.
Well, what kind of hand is that in Kalento's hand?
It's
What
not
kind of
as
hand is that?
it's not as good as the hand that Savitz got over the weekend. Did you see that one?
Oh yeah, double innovate and double wild growth, right?
Yeah.
In just one game, like instantly.
Instant screenshot.
Yeah. And he also curved out an inch of lore. That was just pretty silly.
And then
But
he
yeah,
drew a second Agent of Lore.
Druids. You shenanigan. It's gonna prop the explosive here. Could be interesting. Well, I mean, see, this is why swipe is not that good. Because it's just terminal. You're basically summoning a 4/2 charge. keep the swipe instead. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be oh, never mind.
Okay, so he's gonna use the Wrath, and he's gonna opt to use the Wrath and gain one health instead of using the swipe.
Sure. But no, I think he's gonna Wrath and kill this off, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And gain 1 health. Sure. That makes sense.
Pretty good player.
No.
Ooh, Harrison.
Oh, wow. The Harrison is gonna be big. Harrison and Druid. Alright.
All right, so I think Wrathing for 1, it did make sense there because he was just so low on cards that could actually do stuff. Like, he didn't have any active cards. And wow, Wrathing for 1 was probably an excellent decision because, like, he would have, like, does he just play Harrison right now? Definitely. I don't think so, right?
It's just like poker, right? Sometimes you do the right decision and you don't get rewarded by it. It's exactly what's happening to Kalento right now. Just trying to fish for more plays, but he doesn't get it. And Mech Warpers. Actually, not that good. There's no mechs in this deck, right?
Well, maybe second piloted Shredder?
Oh! No, not quite. Oh, the Harrison is gonna be brutal here, but no, not yet. No, it's just gonna go for the
Yeah.
abusive, I believe. Just because you want to push the damage, right? You can't always guarantee that you have minions on the board.
You could like, there is an argument for Leopardome though. Like, if you Leopardome now, you can save the abusive in case you need to get past some kind of taunt later on. Like, you can get past one taunt with the Hunter's Mark, but the second taunt might be a bit of trouble.
Alright. Oh, there's one of the taunts that we're speaking about. But yeah, the swipe is gonna clean things up really cleanly. Unfortunately for Kalento, he cannot drop a minion and play a spell, one of the weaknesses of Druid.
No, he can. He could have innervated out a Druid of the Claw.
In charge? Oh, he could have done that, yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't that have been, no, actually, no. It could have got punished by Hunter's Mark, right? So, yeah. Ooh. So I guess, yeah, 6-0 can't really use the weapon right now, because if you use the weapon, you miss out on the hero power. And, like, you're paying 3 mana for 1 extra damage. That's not really worth it. You're just gonna try and save it for, like, a better turn.
Yeah, in most decks, you want to use your hero power as less as possible, because the hero power is just generally not efficient use of your mana. But with Face Hunter, you always want to weave your hero power in because it is efficient. It does 2 damage to your opponent's face, and not many cards in your deck can are that good.
Oh! Kill command. Well, yeah, this is just gonna probably die to the bow here. We have an abusive sergeant buffing the spider to hit the face. Yeah, that's pretty good. Why not? And now, because of 6-0's play there, the Harrison is actually not that good right now.
Yeah, he can't Harrison and clear the board. Actually, he just can't clear the board. Well, okay, never mind. There we go.
That's a good draw.
He has to
actually,
Harrison.
He still can't clear the board.
Yeah, he can still do it. He can still use the Harrison plus an Innervate.
No.
That-
No. Oh. No, if you innovate the force, you can't clear the board.
You can kind of clear the board, I guess. This is probably a better play though.
Yep.
Developing the board just a bit more.
Yeah, but we're probably gonna see 6-0 play a kill commanded. Oh, actually, you know what? Kalento might win next turn. Wait, is Kalento winning this turn? He has the combo. So
Yeah,
like
so-
7 plus 4 is what? 11, 25. Yeah, that's lethal.
Oh, Kalento even weaves in a hero power just to guarantee that he survives a bit more.
Okay, what does 6-0 need? He needs what does he need? Ooh, I think he's dead. Ah, Kalento's druids hold up to the pressure.
Yep, and there we go. Force of Nature Savage Roar for the win. And now I believe it's going to be Druid versus Druid, right, as the final match?
That's right. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's expected though.
That's a lot of final matches we're going for today. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, even though we saw Face Hunter in this series, it's still going to be a pretty long series because it's going to go to Game 5. Normally, like, we talk about Druid decks being, oh, it's just another Druid deck, but at least 6-0's Druid has Fugan and Stalag.
Oh, you're right. Oh wait, we crossed out the wrong thing here. So just yeah. Minor error, guys. We'll get it fixed. Yeah, what do you think is better then? The Fusion Starlock combo or the one that Kalento's running, the normal one, basically? With
Uh,
Harrison. Oh, so
yeah.
yeah.
So I guess like Fugen Stalag is better than whatever Kalento's running, which is Harrison. But I believe if you cut Fugen and Stalag, if you have Fugen and Stalag, you probably cut something like the Harrison and one Azure Drake. So it's more of a question of is Fugen and Stalag better than Azure Drake plus Harrison Jones?
Hard to tell because Adric is pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah. Well, I think actually Fugen, the one that has 4 attack and 7 health, is actually not bad either because druids can't deal with a 4 attack 7 health minion that easily, right?
Right. So the 7-4 is kind of like the Harrison 5-4, and the Adric is kind of like the 4-7, right? So that's a good comparison. Kalento's hand is looking better, and Sixo's hand is looking good. Okay, so they each have one piece of the pie, I guess, just different sections of the pie.
Yeah. Of the two though, Wild Growth I feel is definitely the better of them because
Of
Wild
course.
Growth it lets you ramp for every single one of your turns thereafter, whereas Innervate you just get a one-time boost.
Yep. Well, I guess so Innervate gives you +2 immediately, and Wild Growth you pay 2 for 8 turns, right? 8 turns over mana, so that's a 6 mana thing. So if you do the math, then obviously Wild Growth is just a little bit better.
It's like kind of like when you win the lottery and they ask if you want it in one lump sum or like a perpetuity or an annuity.
Okay.
And
Wait.
if you so like
But
Wild
then-
Growth is the annuity and Innervate is like the one lump sum. And if you're like greedy, you go for the Innervate. But usually that's not the correct play, right? Usually you want to get money every single year.
But then money depreciates too, right? In Hearthstone, mana doesn't depreciate in value.
It,
Or
it
does
kind of
it?
does. It kind of
Oh,
does.
it does too. Yeah.
Yeah, because earlier your mana is slightly more valuable than later on in the game.
So yeah, that's a very interesting way to put the thing. But back to the match, the person who did cash out the Innervate immediately is ahead of the person who cast Wild Growth just because of the temple. So as soon as Kalento can find a way to deal with this board, he's gonna be ahead with all these big bombs that he has. So he's gonna choose to coin out the claw here, and one piece of the combo for 6-0.
Yep, and he still has board control because he got the early Innervate out.
Well, how about this play? You sacrifice the Shredder, so you maintain the 4-2 of the for the. Oh, he does it. Yeah, nice. I like it.
Ooh.
Oh, that is so deadly.
Yeah, that can be either like really good or really bad. If there's swipe in Kalento's hand, it's really, really bad. But we can see no swipe.
Oh.
So that's like a free Azure Drake kill.
It's a Jungle Panther. Wow. What a card for 6-0. And he also drew the Shade too, so that's even better, right? Now you can fill his curve.
Yeah, not bad.
I think the threat of swipe just means that you use the Patient Assassin immediately, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
usually how I do it. Right?
He drew one card off the Azure Drake, plus he's gonna draw another card one turn later. So 2 more chances to get that swipe. So you just
Okay.
want to be way more safe than sorry.
That's right. And well, this is not. This is. Ugh.
Bad. Yeah.
This is just yuck, you know.
Yeah, this is one of the rare circumstances where that Innervate really pays off. And also playing BGH as a 4-2 really paid off. It's gotten, I believe, 8 damage done already. Oh man,
Well,
BGH
not
is
really rare, right? Sometimes Innervate just seals the game completely, right? Wild Growth does help out if you, well, 1, have a good curve with taunts and whatnot, and 2, you actually get to go to the late game. So I think Savage Roar is going to actually see play here. Oh man, it's so brutal.
yeah. Brutal
Right.
indeed.
Well, actually, is it lethal? What's 6 plus 5?
That's lethal. Oh wow.
6 plus 5 is lethal, man. It's gonna end
Wow.
on. I guess we're not gonna have a quick end series there.
Yeah, and wow, Kalento, the first out of this tournament in Group B.
Ouch. Alright, Kalento is out. I don't think anybody expected that, but Sixto, yeah, he did play pretty well. And actually, I think Sixto brought the Face Hunter, and of course the Face Hunter already was the kind of the preparation going into the games that shined, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, so far it does feel like the Face Hunter is the MVP. 6.0 has had the Face Hunter banned in in the first series, and in the second series it took 2 games. So overall, definitely a good decision so far.
Yeah. I guess 6.0's Face Hunter style kind of migrated into his Druid, and the Druid actually was the quickest win he got in this series. Kalento's going to drop out the series. We hope to see him join another Pinnacle perhaps maybe soon. But now we have to move on to the last match of the day, 6.0 versus Gara. That's going to be exciting, guys. We're going to be going to a quick break, and hey, we might see a new spare part come out. If not, then, well, Monk will tell us what the last spare part was used. So we'll be right back, guys.
Hey, are you curious? How long does it take to buy a video game? And the answer is less than 20 seconds if you use G2A.com. Watch. Google the game you want. Follow the link. Express checkout. Fast payment. And done. Now, all you have to do is check your email and play G2A.com. Over 600 products, 24/7 support, and no registration required. Visit now.
Hello guys, and welcome to the last match of the Pinnacle 3 for Group B. This is the final game we have for the group stages, and tomorrow we're going to jump right into the playoffs, which we're going to see who's going to bring home the first place, being the grand winner and whatnot, and second place, third place, and fourth place will also be decided. As you can see throughout today, we saw Gar versus Calento. Calento actually went 2-0, and then Gar managed to come back with 3 wins for Shaman. Unfortunately, dropped the game to Masan. So now he has to face against 6-0, which 6-0 kind of got, well, just lost to Masan there. But very close series against Calento means that he's still alive in the tournament. And this is the final match we are going to see. Before we go on, though, I want to give a big shout out to you guys who are watching. You guys are awesome. Thanks for coming and supporting, well, our events and Hearthstone, compared to Hearthstone in general. And yeah, I hope to see you again tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's going to be playoffs. It's going to be exciting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's give a little shout out also to the contest that we've been running. Yeah. So Amaz, what is the last card that the last spare part that we've seen in these games so far?
I think it was Rusty Horn, right? I think we decided it was Rusty Horn. That was the last one.
Yeah. I believe it was Rusty Horn, but there's still a possibility that there's another spare part coming out because Gara still has a Mech Mage left. So if that Mech Mage is played this tournament or this series, we might have a new winner for the last spare part. But if it's not, then Rusty Horn will win.
That's right. You guys can still join the giveaway right now if you reply to Twitter. Unfortunately, if you reply Rusty Horn right now, and it is Rusty Horn, you're not eligible, obviously, because you kind of like jumped the gun, right? But yeah, let's not have no more delays. Let's jump right into the last series of the of today. 6-0 versus Gar, as you can see right there. Those are the classes. I guess Gar's Shaman is the one that really stands out right now. And of course, over at 6-0 sides, 6-0's Face Hunter also stands out to be one of the most signature decks. The other ones are kind of like the filler decks. Rogues are always good, Druids are always good, Warrior is the control warrior we always seen. Not much of a change there. And Paladins, it's kind of the same, more or less. Coghammer is pretty good addition. And finally, Mech Mage is Mech Mage.
Yeah, I feel like the one deck we should focus on in this series is 6-0's Paladin because I feel like the Paladin has like pretty good to fair to pretty good matchups against everything that Gara has. Druid, yeah, pretty much 50-50, I guess. Mech Mage, people could argue, but I think it's around 50-50 versus Shaman. Most people would argue that Paladin is favored versus Warrior. I think the majority of people would say Paladin is favored.
Okay, well, definitely some very cool matchups here and there, but once again, 6-0's Paladin, as Monk said, might be the star, so we'll see. Of course, they still have a crew, so if they actually line up the incorrect deck, they can always use that. Unfortunately, the person who uses the crew first usually is at a disadvantage, because then your opponent can counterpick your deck that, whoa, that's pretty great, 6-0.
That's scary.
It's like, oh, that is like, oh, hey, there's a sun. I guess we gamers do react pretty weird. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Never seen that before.
Yeah. Also interesting to note is that, again, in the losers bracket finals, we have a German player versus a German player. Yesterday, we had Ekov versus Faramir. Today, we had 6-0 versus Gar. What that also means is that we're guaranteed at least 2 German players in the round of 4.
Not at least, right? Exactly.
Exactly, yes.
Exactly 2 Germans are going to move forward. Well, that's cool. Yeah. No, I mean, they did pretty good in qualifiers. I think we only invited 2 of them, and then 2 of them qualified. And, yeah, unfortunately, Ekop was the qualified player that's out. We do have to see him again sometime. Of course, Ekop always brings a lot of eyeballs to the table. Yeah.
That's a nice way of putting it. So Wild Growth in Gara's opening hand. I wonder what he's going to play on turn 2.
But hey, 6-0 is actually going to queue the Paladin. And Paladin against Druid, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, again, it's like a lot about whether Druid does have the wild growth. As I've said before, I think Druid is kind of unfavored if it doesn't draw wild growth, but it is favored. It's like 40-60 in favor of the Paladin if he doesn't draw wild growth, but it's like 60-40 in favor of the Druid if he draws wild growth.
Tables have been flipped indeed. Gara has a turn 4 play, very nice. Sixo actually skipped out on a turn 3 play, but yeah, on turn 4 also looks like a Shredder, so it's going to be a Shredder into a Shredder.
A bit weak to swipe, but hey, what can you do, right?
Yeah, but hey, I mean, I think the swipe is actually better to burn your opponent LF first, so that your muster becomes really, really good, right? Or the only way for a Druid to deal with these 1/1s is the swipe. Everything else kind of sucks. Turn 5 here. Seems like it's going to be a Druid to Claw, right? In taunt mode? That seems pretty good. Oh, it's going to Wrath instead. Okay. Just claim the board.
If you Wrath, I guess you can fill out the rest of your curve with Piloted Shredder.
Oh, that's one of the better ones. The 3/2 is just insane.
Yeah, any 3/2 you're glad to see, or you're unhappy to see. But okay,
Well,
just a keeper, yeah, automatically goes down on the board. What this means is that if Tyrion ever comes into play, Gara better hope he draws the second keeper.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, I've been playing this matchup actually a lot, and it feels like you want to use your keepers as early as possible, because if your opponent drops Tyrion anyways, you're pretty screwed. If you silence it, it's like a 6/6 as well, right? So
Yeah.
I feel like it's fine just burning the keeper for like early pressure if it can actually hit a 3/2, like a knife juggler or whatnot.
Yeah, it's a lot of the same principles as Sylvanas. If Sylvanas is a 6/6 or a 6-mana creature that's 5/5, and if you keeper it, like you're still kind of in a lot of trouble because a 5/5 is still pretty hard to deal with as Druid.
Right. Gar's gonna get a ship's cannon. No pirates in the Druid deck, unfortunately. But hey, who knows? Maybe this Shredder will pop a pirate and the ship's cannon is actually gonna activate. How cool would that be?
Oh, yeah, that works that way, right? If
Yeah, it does.
the Pilot Shredder drops a pirate, then the ship's cannon will activate.
That would be pretty cool to see. I don't think that's gonna happen though, because like Sixo's probably not gonna kill the Shredder before killing these 2/3s.
And like, how many pirates are there? There's the Bloodsail Raider. There's the 4/1.
The 4/1, so that's only 2 pirates in a 2 mana slot.
Yeah.
Everything else is a different mana cost.
Yeah. Everything is pretty awkward here. There's nothing that takes up exactly 6 mana.
No, this takes exactly 6 mana.
Oh, okay. There we go. 2 3s.
2 3/3s. So
Yeah, it does take up 6 mana, but you're pretty much making a ship's cannon follow the rules, which only reduces it by 1 health, or 1 attack, rather.
yeah, having a minion's attack is not as good as you hope. Ancient of Lore turn 7 is always really good. And yeah, maybe Gar is gonna try and trade effectively, but the only trade that's effective is the, hit on the dude. These are not really that good. Oh, he's gonna do it anyways. No pirate, sorry.
Can you imagine Gar's face if Doomsayer came out of there?
I think Gar's face would be a bit more overjoyed if pirate came out of there. To be honest, like Doomsayer, when you pop a Doomsayer, it's actually not that bad either. Right? I don't think it's that bad. It stops your opponents from playing stuff.
Yeah.
But obviously, not that there.
Yeah. You just kind of lose card advantage in this scenario because you're giving up this entire board where you have a 5/5 and your opponent has a 3/3, right?
Dr. Broom?
Wait, is this is like so close to lethal right now, actually.
For Gar, yeah.
Yeah.
6, 10, 24. Yeah. It's pretty close. So what do you do here? You just innervate double 5s? Just charge to the face?
That's pretty
YOLO.
fair. Yeah, that's pretty fair, actually. And again, we see
Spectre
that
Knight is so hard to clear.
we see that Karen in Gara's Druid deck. Was the Karen wasn't the Karen that we saw before was also in the Druid, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Not sure if it's gonna get that much value here. I'm actually really curious to talk to Gara someday and ask him, why do you have Karen instead of Piloted Shredder?
Ooh, Gar's just gonna try and trade the board as... Well, I guess
think
the ship's cannon is gonna go into the 3/1 no matter what, right?
Yeah, the 1 damage isn't as relevant as the 3-1 minion from your opponent's side of the board.
Right.
You'd rather have do 1 less damage rather than give your opponent another tool to clear your board next turn.
Druid Claws can come down in, of course, charge mode. Does exactly that. And yeah, gonna put a lot of pressure for 6-0. He needs an equality most likely, or he needs some really good bounces. Double Quartermaster, yeah.
Yeah, again, I think 6-0 ran into this problem in one of his previous games too, where he had double Quartermaster but no 1-1s on the board.
Yeah, always a little bit of a problem. Jeez. I guess, okay, so do you consecrate first? Because if you do that, the bombs have better chance to hit better targets. Right, to actually kill stuff.
It's true.
Yeah. You can also lay on hands and... Because the Doctor Boom can hit the Spectral Knight like so. And then you can hope for the bombs to just clear off some stuff. Like that? Oh!
Oh,
It's not bad. Oh, Gar's gonna tilt his hat back. You know, gonna go like, yeah, that happened. But that's actually like pretty probable, right? Hitting 2 on a minion. It's pretty probable. What
if
is
he,
this bomb hit?
yeah, if he hits the Ancient of Lore, he can actually clear it with True Silver.
Ooh! Gonna do the YOLO! Or just gonna sort this off?
Well, this is actually like non-YOLO because he just clears everything, right?
Okay.
It's
okay,
the safest play possible.
Okay. Fine, fair enough. Alright. The Gara does have a way to deal with this board, and
Ooh, Innervate.
that is pretty scary.
Innervate's actually very relevant because if he draws another Savage Roar, then he can do the super combo next turn.
Super combo indeed. No, how about just Dr. Boom? Oh wow, just playing the shade here.
That's actually a little risky because there's a Boombot on the field that you can't get rid of.
That's right, because now 6-0 can just stab the Ancient of Lore,
Ooh.
use the Boombot, and oh wow, Lothab is actually pretty clutch as well. But no, I think you just stab the Ancient of Lore, hit the Boombot, and go like, oh, good job. Yeah, Gar just made the setup so easy for 6-0 to do, and oh, it's gonna go to the but 4.
That's a lot better than getting your Shade killed, but now 6-0 can either Lothab or lay on hands. I like this a bit better because it develops your board a bit more.
And now with Lothab on the board, Gar can't really do much. Kazan Mystic, it's not a Hunter or Mech Mage.
What do you think about clearing that 1-1?
I think that's right. You let out the double
Yeah.
Quartermaster.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh! But then, wait a minute. This is... Oh, man.
If you BGH here,
You
you pretty much die.
If you lay on hands here, you're dead too.
Yeah, there's nothing that 6-0 can draw off the lay on hands.
Is equality good? No. No. Alright, so, wow. Gar actually steals that game away with the combo.
Yeah, it all came down to that Shade surviving the Boombots, actually. If it
Yeah,
didn't
that's true.
survive, then, like, he wouldn't be able to clear out the Dr. Boom at all, and he would have just died the next turn.
So it came down to, I guess, kind of like a 50-50 in a sense. Yeah, I hit the Boombot, I did it. More or less. So yeah, Gar's gonna take the first game over 6-0 in the last match of the day. It's do or die. Ready to bring your best deck forward.
Yeah, what does Gara even bring next to counter the Paladin deck? Like, because I'm really curious, because, like, all his remaining decks, like, none of them are regarded to be
Especially
extremely
good.
favorable. Yeah.
Right. So nothing, I guess. I mean, if he lost the Paladin matchup with the Druid, I guess he might just ban it out. So now I guess 6-0 just feels pretty comfortable playing the Face Hunter.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, wait.
Wait,
No.
no. Gara's Druid was eliminated.
Wait,
So,
what?
yeah.
No. Guard Druid we just won the game.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
No,
that was
Gar-
right. But the X went to a different spot.
Yeah, 6-0's Paladin was eliminated, yeah.
Okay, so it was right, but okay, we'll try to fix that.
Okay,
But
okay.
yeah, I mean it'll fix themselves. I mean the players aren't gonna go like you know, oh, I lost my druid. Okay, let's just continue. Okay, no, that's not gonna happen. So yeah, here we go. It's gonna be druid versus druid. Sixo's druid is still alive, guys. Just category error on the screen. But we see the Stalag druid, right? So that's exciting.
Probably it's not going to get kept though.
No, it's probably not.
That's
a way better hand.
Yeah, that's a great hand. Like this is also one of those matchups where you really want to wait to the last second to coup because you want to see if your opponent, how many cards your opponent has kept. Like,
Right.
I think Scarra saw 6-0 kept at least some cards, and he sees his current hand is garbage. So he probably assumes his opponent's hand might have wild growth in it, and he probably doesn't want to take the risk of that.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, well. This is right now, right?
Yeah,
Gar,
this is correct.
We're just missing the X on the Gar's coup, and that is correct. So now Gar has to use his druid to well, I mean, 6-0 has to use his hunter or rogue to face against the druid, which is actually perfectly fine, right? I mean, hunter versus druid, perfectly fine. Not a
Or
bad
even just using
matchup.
the face hunter.
Yeah,
right?
that's fine. I think. I think all hunters just do well against druids. It's like a natural predator.
The hunter is the predator of the druids. I mean, druids are like beasts, right? Like
Oh.
they can shift into beasts. So like hunters hunt beasts. That makes sense, right?
That's pretty cute. You think Blizzard did that on purpose?
I would say no. But
No, unfortunately, it's gonna be the rogue instead. It's gonna be the chop, you know, chop down the
Yeah.
trees.
we also have to talk about this Kazan Mystic in Gar's.
Oh yeah,
druid
but then
deck.
the 6 know that Gar plays Kazan Mystic.
He hasn't seen it yet, I believe. Like the last game, Gar drew it in his hand, but he never played it.
Okay, well, Kazan Mystic is starting to see play again since you know, mech mages and hunters are a thing. Yeah, looking at this hand, feels like Innovate Shade is pretty OP.
Yeah, pretty good, obviously.
Oh. No, I mean, I guess if you do that, then you don't have a next turn play.
I think he might be staring at his Dr. Boom in his hand right now. And Dr. Boom is a card that's so good against Rogue, so he's like, maybe I'll just like
Oh,
turn
you're right.
4 Dr. Boom.
oh wow, you're right. That might happen. So Shade into Coin Innovate Dr. Boom. Oh jeez. Oh, that's gonna be so gross.
That's going to be so gross, especially against 6-0's own Shade.
Yep. These boom bots are just gonna snipe out the Shade. Well, let's see what 6-0 draws here. Not the best, so he's just gonna play more stuff.
Imagine if Gara also had a wild growth, he could have played turn 3 Dr. Boom.
Yeah, let's not imagine that. That's disgusting. No, 6-0 actually reveals this right now. I mean, but both 3-3s, but 1-3-3 is just slightly better than the other 3-3.
Come on, Gara, you can do it.
Oh man, the prerequisite for playing Dr. Boom is to drag 3 cards. You see it when the druid gets 7 mana, you know it's not gonna end well, right? There are
Yeah.
no other 7 slots. I mean, fine,
Like-
Ancient War.
Like previously, previously before Dr. Boom existed, if your opponent ramped up this much, you're like, oh, he played an Ancient of War. That's kind of acceptable, I guess. But in this scenario, it just feels so bad.
It's not acceptable at all. Well, a sap is gonna come down here. I guess a sap on a Dr. Boom that's innervated out is not as bad as a sap on a Dr. Boom that's not.
Yeah, you kind of trade the innervate for the
Whoa,
sap. So
whoa,
it's,
whoa. 6-0 took the damage like a man. And, whoa, he gets rewarded by nothing dying. Oh, does he?
Well,
Swipe, insta play.
Yeah, it goes into swipe range, and 6-0 has a pretty dead hand right now.
Oh, that's something. That's a glimmer of hope again. I just noticed that Gar is playing a lot of utility cards with the MC Tech and the Kazan Mystic.
Yeah, MC Tech, Kazan Mystic. I believe, yeah, he also has Harrison Jones, right?
No, that's another one. That's another.
Okay,
We haven't
there's-
seen it yet. Maybe it does.
There's just so many Druid decks we've seen today. They all get kind of confused up.
Gotta keep track of those druids, man. Oh man. Oh, this just. Oh. Yeah, hate to see that happen.
So, attack face, redagger.
Oh my
We-
god.
we-
the doc-
We've seen a lot of this today. Rogue hero power, Druid hero power, Warrior hero power. Just hero powering and pass.
That's what Dr. Booms does to you guys. Crushes your soul. You can actually see. If you look back at the VOD, guys, when Dr. Booms play, you can see a piece of 6-0 soul just evaporating in the air.
So you're saying like Dr. Boom is the devil because he steals souls?
Yeah, I mean 777, right? Not quite 666, but pretty close. One up. Right.
That was a pretty good draw though. Violet Teacher. He's going to be able to use it with Sap, with a backstab. He gets 2 1/1 creatures. But unfortunately, Gara has that second swipe.
Man, Gars just has all the answers. Seriously. Oh, how about that? Even better. You can swipe plus play something else.
Yeah, swipe. Unfortunately, you can't use MC Tech. And you're probably not going to get any more value out of MC Tech for the rest of the game. But swipe plus, like, Druid of the Claw seems good. Okay, he's going to... What's going to happen here?
Oh! That's good. Good enough to innovate out, I believe.
Yeah, I think with that play, Gar's reasoning is that he wants to have more of a chance to draw into his Savage Roar. Because he just wants to end this game really quickly.
Well, that's okay. It cycles itself. Not that one though. And I guess that's it. Gar gets the game.
Yep.
It's way too much damage right now.
Yeah, 7 damage in hand right now. 3 on board. That's 10.
That's 10. Don't think we have any mislethals today, right? No.
Don't jinx it.
Oh.
Wait.
Okay. I jinxed it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Well then! Good thing for Gar, he's not gonna get punished for this, but still, you'll never want to miss lethal. It's bad. You know, it's never good to miss lethal.
That's fine. At least he's not gonna lose the game off of it, I guess.
Alright, no, it's just like... I can ease your pain as well. Yeah, Sixo's just gonna run it out, but he knows he can't win. There's no way
he can actually survive on board right now. Oh, well.
No, you can't. Are you kidding me? No. Alright. Well, there you go! Gar is up another game. Even missing lethal, like, I guess it's fine. Like, it's just the board position is just so high up. With the... It's just... Dr. Boom at turn 4. That's just too insane. And now 6-0's Face Hunter. Well, okay. If a deck is gonna come back in the game, it's gonna be 6-0's Face Hunter deck, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna do so well against all of these decks. And 6-0 still has his crew left, so he can ban out the Warrior. So once Warrior is out of the picture, he can just sweep. So I'm actually pretty excited to see this Face Hunter potentially sweep.
Alright, good game plan. Good game plan. That's really all there is to it. So yeah, we're gonna take this moment to once again thank G28.com and Twitch for sponsoring this tournament. Of course, they've been just helping out with every single Pinnacle, guys. Like, that's insane, right? Just we just go to them for asking us to help us out, you know, sponsor the prize pools and whatnot, and they say yes every time. So big shout outs to those, and of course you guys for supporting and watching the tournaments. I hope these games have been very enjoyable. I certainly enjoyed myself today. I think it was much more exciting than yesterday's games. Not to say that the yesterday games was really bad, but the games that we had today were just insane.
Yeah, of course. We get Face Hunter. How often do we get to see that, right?
Yeah, Face Hunter, guys. We're happy, right? Yeah. All right. Well, wow. Keeper of the Grove. Drawn for Gara. That is one of the best cards right now.
Yeah, it's not exactly Innervate Keeper of the Grove, but Wild Growth Keeper of the Grove is still pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet.
Yeah. Not Keeper of the Grove, like we've said a lot about its weaknesses before. It can't really deal with Tyrion as well as with regards to the body. And it can't deal with Sylvanas very well because a 5/5 trades so well into a 2/4. But this body, a 2/4, is just perfect for dealing with Face Hunter minions. It just kills everything from the Face Hunter so cleanly. A 3/2, no problem. A 2/2, no problem. 3/1, no problem. 2/1, no problem.
And not only that, the body that leaves behind after the ping does trade very, very efficiently, right? When you see that 6-0 missed both daggers, that's kind of unlucky. And yeah, just Keeper of the Ghost is just going to eat another minion, and a taunt is going to come out. So, oh man, this is looking good for 6-0. Silence will have to come down here. That's really the only choice. I mean, the other choice was to sacrifice the Mad Scientist and the Leper Gnome on the bear, so that you know, the explosive trap is there. But then he can't play any more minions, right? The taunt is just gonna be in the way. So I think the silence is actually very justifiable.
Yeah, the silence. You're gonna have a few silences in your deck, but the thing is, the druid only has a few taunts in his own deck. Usually, with these types of druids, they don't play Ancients of War. They typically don't play more than one Sludge Belcher. So just this one Druid of the Claw is pretty much all you have to worry about. There's a very low chance he's going to draw a second Druid of the Claw in the same game.
Right. We said how it looks really, really good for Guard, the opening, but still, like, look at that. Guard is actually down to 11 health. It's not really the best position to be in.
Yeah, 11 health, and you can even Arcane Golem this turn, because 8... the difference between 8 mana and 7 mana isn't that huge. There's not a lot that Druid can do with 8 mana that he can't do with 7 mana. Of course, he can play something like double Piloted Shredder. Oh wow, just Leroy Jenkins. Sure, why not?
Ooh! Savage Roar is going to do 8 damage. 6 plus 8 is not 24. So I guess the Loatheb is going to come down here. Does the Loatheb Hero Power actually... Loatheb Hero Power actually makes Gar still alive. So if he Loatheb Hero Powers, and actually... well, can he keep the 1/1s? I think he would love to keep the 1/1s, but no, can't do that. So yeah, Gar is still alive, and if he survives this turn, he might draw into lethal. 6-0 on the other hand, he might draw into another Arcane Golem or Wolf Rider, and that will end the game, but no, that is not it.
The funny thing here is you kind of don't really want to use Arcane Golem because it gives your opponent 9 mana.
9, we know what happens at 9 mana with Druids, oh god. So... shoot and pass? I guess you can play the Skittles as well.
Yeah, I think just Haunted Creeper and pass looks like an alright play.
So 9 plus 6, 15 damage for Gara. He needs 4 damage from something. Druid the Claw would do it. Swipe would do it. And...
That's alright. Okay, so he heals up to 10 HP. But... Is he still dead there?
Arcane Golem plus Kill Command is 9. Assuming that Guard doesn't kill this spider. So if he does that, he needs to kill the spider.
Okay,
That
we see
might
the
not
heal.
Yeah, he needs to kill the spider. If he doesn't kill the spider, he's dead.
That's
So, yeah.
not... Whoa, he's actually going to go for it. Wow.
Very nice. Correctly identifies that the... Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Wait. Oh.
Well,
Wait. 3,
that's
5...
it.
Actually...
Well, yeah, that's 10 HP. So that's 10 damage right there.
Actually, the miss attack from the other spider killed him. So he was playing around Kill Command, but he didn't play around Unleash the Hounds, and that cost him. If he killed the spider, it would have been fine. That would not have been lethal. And he would have won with Savage Roar. Oh man, that was I don't want to say he hedged the bets right there. He just didn't follow through, right? When you swing a golf club and you didn't follow through, you just kind of trip and die, and that's what happened with Gara. So now 6-0 is is one game. He's basically on the board right now, but still a very bad position. You do not want to be in 6-0's position. You much rather prefer to be in Gar's position right now, right? Even though Gar's war is gonna get crewed most likely, like we said, still quite hard to beat 2 matchups with Face Hunter.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Gar's Shaman deck runs 2 anti-heal bots, so that could definitely come into play. But in the same respect, Gar's Shaman deck doesn't run many taunts, so I'm kind of unsure how that deck will do against 6-0.
Well, actually, Gar's Shaman runs 2 anti-heal bots, right?
Yeah.
So even though I have no taunts, you have 2 anti-Q bots, so you're effectively doing 46 health if you survive the initial aggression. So I think the Shaman is actually pretty good. And he's actually going to kill the Warrior, and yeah, like we said, 6-0 might just queue this off.
I think it's like really like 90% chance it's going to get queued, and there it is.
Alright, good. So if we get to the Mech Mage, then we will have a pretty interesting giveaway thing. So, but then I think Gar's just gonna play the shaman. I just don't see how he's not gonna play the shaman.
Well, he has 2 chances, so whatever he feels like playing is pretty much okay.
Yeah.
We
But
saw
hey, is it? Wait, one second. Is it really the Rusty Horn that was the last spare part that was played?
Pretty sure it was. I saw in chat before, like no one really disputed it.
Okay. Okay.
It was definitely
Okay,
the last one played, but it might not have been the last one drawn.
Oh. Okay, guys, if the giveaway is just something fun for you guys, okay? So yeah, effectively we'll just choose two random winners, but I guess we'll just really look out for it. But it's gonna be the shaman like we predicted, and oh man, Haunted Creeper is so good against that lineup.
Yeah, it's so important. He doesn't run zombie chows in his deck, I believe. We haven't seen one at least. So the Haunted Creeper is like pretty much the best card in his deck that Gar could have drawn in his opening hand.
Hex is not. It's probably gonna get mulligan there. Lothar a bit too slow. Gar wants those anti-kill balls and probably. Oh wow, that's a hand.
Yeah, decent hand from both players actually.
That's true. Sixto's gonna go with the Leopard Gnome first, make it a bit more awkward if Gar does indeed to choose the Earthshock over the Skittles. But Skittles it is. Oh, Unleash is a pretty strong card against Shamans.
Yep. Oh wow, Rockbiter and Earthshock are gonna come into play.
Well,
What do
is
you-
that? Well, wait. Here's the thing. Like you just want to kill off the Leopard Gnome, right? So I think I mean not Leopard Gnome, the what's that face called? God, the
Mad
Skittles.
Scientist?
So that
Okay.
you get more 1/1s. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. So whatever play it is, you just want to kill it off ASAP.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like the explosive trap gets drawn. The natural enemy of 1/1 tokens.
Yeah.
Also, the natural enemy is Unleash the Hounds.
Unleash the Hounds. It's right. Sixto should be going all face here. That is the correct play. Very nice. I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's a card that can win the match.
it can, but oh, okay. So there's a taunt totem.
That's also good.
It can win the match, but Gar's turn 4 is just totem. He got a good totem, but it's still a totem nonetheless. Such a weak play, and Gar's already at 21 HP. He could be at lower, but he could also be at a lot higher HP against Face Hunter.
Now, get that dog out of my face. I'm just gonna use the rock biter and kill it. Alright. Oh, that's not what you want to see. No. Natural Predator? Not really. It's a Natural Predator when it comes to Mad Scientist, but draw it's necessarily not as good. It's funny how that works, right? I mean, people were playing traps before Mad Scientist was introduced, but now traps just seem so bad when you can just, bring them up for free.
Yeah, I remember those days. Whoa.
No, let's not get greedy, right? Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Oh, let's get greedy, and that is gonna be rewarded.
Yeah, I don't think you can really play the anti-kill bot here actually, because like even though you have the potential to break up Skittles, I'm calling it Skittles right now. Even though you have the potential to break up Skittles, like you still kind of get rid of the beast, and you still kind of want to develop a bit more. You eventually have to kill this Haunted Creeper anyway, so might as well do it now.
Wow, how about another anti-kill bot for Gara? Yeah, anti-kill bot is insane.
Yeah, especially if you draw 2 of them against Hunter, right?
So let's see here. Gar has an option to use Fire Elemental or use the Dr. Boom here. Just need something to have an instant effect. Oh! What is this? Sixto is like the master of assassins. That just messed up every single play. Wow, Gar's will just turn upside down there.
Yeah, nothing that Gar can play will really impact the board that much. Like maybe he even just plays Piloted Sky Golem here.
Oh my god. What? Oh, that is just so gross.
Mhm.
Oh,
Well, bye-bye, Dr. Boom. There's one way to deal with Dr. Boom.
man. Patient Assassin. What a card.
Of course.
It just died. All right. Well, what does 6 will follow up that with nothing. He doesn't want to give an opponent more mana to work with. Well, Gar's still effectively like what 25 HP, so it's not that bad. I don't even know if that's good or not. I don't know if that's good or not. All right. Well, Gar's just gonna swarm the board. Prepare for more things.
I guess he needs to win within 2 turns. He's never going to do 30 damage in 1 turn, but this allows him to set up lethal in case he feels safe for 1 specific turn.
Well, yeah, Sixel would Sixel's probably feeling like he's pretty close to winning already, so he's gonna use the bull anyways. But man, this anti-heal buff from Gar's hand is gonna be really, really strong. Earthshock is really good here. That's a Voodoo Doctor.
Yeah, heal too.
Very important draw.
Very nice.
Oh, bomb snipes as well. Let me proc the explosive now, so you probably have to raise a little bit here. Antique about number 2 is gonna help out. And yeah, Sixo needs some. Oh, what a man! Gar's totems, man. Master of taunt totems.
Yeah, I believe he's gotten like 5 taunt totems today already. That's 2 in this game and 3 in some a previous game.
And yep, pop goes the explosive again. What is Gar gonna get? Oh, just a screw junk clanker.
Yeah, probably one of the worst ones he could have gotten. All you really care about is the attack and not the
Actually, do you?
health.
Is it really that bad? It's a mech. It gets buffed up.
Oh yeah, good point.
Wait, is Sixo dead? Oh! Oh! Wait, no.
Wait, so
Ouch! I think Sixo is. Wait, 6 plus no, so 11 plus 5. So he has to clear.
he actually has to kill the anti-heal bot. I feel so bad.
But antique healbot is a mecha. Oh, that's it. That's GG, right?
Yeah, definitely.
That's it. Wow, you underestimated the Screwjack Clunker, didn't you? Wow, it just got buffed up by the Power Mace, and it's gonna do that extra damage that Gar needed to end the game. Sixo is gonna drop off, and Gar is going to advance the playoffs. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, Gara proving that he's the better German of the 2, I guess. And he advances to the top 4.
Oh, Gar Shaman has been pretty impressive, but yeah, I think Sixo played pretty well too in this tournament. Been Face Hunter, but it's not gonna match up to 2 anti-heal bots. And if we look at the brackets one last time for the day, here. So yeah, as we can see, Guard just advanced to the losers bracket. So keep in mind, guys, in this tournament, if you advance to the playoffs with the losers bracket, you stay in the losers bracket. So you can still only drop we can't drop any more games if you want to advance as far as you can. Masa, on the other hand, can drop 1 more game and still be in the tournament. And of course, on the Group A, do we have the image maybe? Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, so Group A, once again, just for a refresher for people who missed it, Dog was actually the winner for in yesterday's matches, and Farmir was the losers bracket. So we're gonna see Dog versus Masan tomorrow for the winners bracket, and the losers bracket will feature Gar versus Farmir. You don't want to miss the conclusion of Pinnacle 3, so I want to see you guys there tomorrow. Oh, one last thing before we go. Apparently the chat says it was actually emergency coolant. That was the play. So the winners for the giveaway are Iluanin Ha. Iluanin Ha. I hope I'm actually reading that correctly. You correctly predicted emergency coolant, so congratulations. And the second random winner that predicted it correctly was Cano_LE. Cano_LE. Congratulations to both of you guys. You guys will be winning with the €35 gift card as well. Don't worry, guys, if you missed out. There's going to be 4 more of these giveaways tomorrow. So you want to see the conclusion, you want to win more giveaways. And yeah, That's really it. That's it for here for today. Do you have any closing words, Monk?
No, but not right now. But I think Dog versus Masan, not really who you really typically expect in the winners bracket. So I'm really excited to see what tomorrow's games will bring. We won't see more Face Hunter, and we won't see any more Demon Lock, but I'm sure they'll bring Druid and Rogue. Always interesting decks to watch.
That's great. Wow, today was actually a blast. All the games were very exciting. Gonna give a shout out to the admin and the production, of course, Pinnacle and Backspace. Thank you so much. And of course, from me and Muck, thanks for watching Pinnacle 3. We'll be hosting a channel soon, I guess, just to keep you guys watching something else. So yeah. I guess we'll host Kibler here, so yeah. If you want more Hearthstone, then you can stick around. You can go to Kibler's channel, you can go to another channel, whatever. And yeah, until next time, guys, take care.